Welcome members, the public and anyone watching online. Some housekeeping announcements first. We are not expecting the fire alarm to go off, and if it does, please follow me. No, please leave everything and follow the exit signs on the Peashill side of the building and exit via the Peashill door and assemble in St Mary's Passage. The public toilets are located outside the Zeghead room and water is available from the water machine outside the committee rooms. I would now like to ask my chaplain, Steve Campbell, to say some words before we commence the meeting's proceedings. But if anybody doesn't want to listen to his words, then that's fine. Do leave the room and we'll just give you a shout when he's finished. So if anybody wants to leave before Steve talks, that's fine. If not, Steve, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, again for this opportunity and for being your chaplain this year. Thus far, it's been a pleasure. And thank you for listening to me and allowing me to speak into this context, which I do not take for granted. And neither am I here to persuade anyone of the faith that I hold to. That can be done in other contexts if you so desire. What I have purposed to do on these occasions, if you haven't noticed, is express gratitude to you for your service to this great city and maybe to provoke some thoughts in regard to leadership. Because whether you know it or not, you are all leaders. In the organisation that I lead, the way we define leadership is simply this. Leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. And we have this conviction that if a leader gets better, everyone wins. If parents can be better leaders to their children, then the family will benefit. If the CEO can be a better leader to his or her employees, then the company will benefit. If prime ministers could be better leaders, then the whole country would indeed benefit. So I've sought to speak on essentials of leadership, if you don't remember, such as trust and service and humility. And today, in the few minutes that I have, I simply want to draw your attention to an important leadership principle, which is that of perseverance. Maybe some of you here are thinking of quitting, maybe prematurely. My encouragement to you would be not to do that, though there is, of course, a right time to quit. Experience tells me, history shows us, and indeed the Bible speaks to the fact that those who persevere will receive the greatest reward. For example, let us not grow weary in doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. That's from the Bible. Another one verse says this, and endurance produces character, and character produces hope, and hope is always essential for life. One of my favourite movies as a child was that of Chariots of Fire. It reveals my age, I know, but some of you may remember it. It's the story of Eric Liddell and Harold Abrahams, who, though from very different backgrounds and with very different motivations, have an intense rivalry on the running track. Abrahams loses for the first time in his career to Liddell. And so Abraham says to his girlfriend this, if I can't win, I won't race. To which she replies, if you don't race, you can't win. In the last 28 years of leading the C3 Church, I have felt like quitting on many occasions. In fact, and I don't expect you to be aware of this, right now, especially across the US and the UK, there have been mass resignations of ministers, of religion, of church leaders, and they've called it, and I'm calling it, the Great Resignation. For some, perhaps it is the right time, but for many, I think they have prematurely missed out on the best days that were maybe just around the corner. Bill Gates, who you may have heard of, said this, most people overestimate what they can achieve in a year and underestimate what they can achieve in 10 years. Winston Churchill in 1941, addressing his old school at Harrow, said this: "We must learn to be equally good at what is short and sharp and what is long and tough." He goes on to say, never give in, never give in, never, 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 never in nothing, great or small, large or petty, never give in except to convictions of honour and good sense. So there are exceptions, but not before you completed what you need to do. A few years ago, I went on an Arctic holiday with a friend. He won an award to Finland with the Halifax, and it was an all-expenses-paid holiday for 5 days. He was going to take his wife, but the week before, she slipped and broke her ankle. So they came to me as a friend and as a pastor to say that his wife really wanted to go, but as it was quite a physical endeavour, she wouldn't be able to cope with it. So they asked, would I like to go on the holiday with him, or, because I'm a minister, pray for a miracle of healing for her ankle? I said I'd go on the holiday and pray on my return. It was 5 days of fun in the snow. We met the real Father Christmas. We went on sleighs with huskies and fished through the ice. But the best thing was the skidoos, which are jet skis, motorbikes on ice. And we set off pretty fast, only to be told by the instructor that we should slow down and behave. But we continued in the way we'd started, and eventually my friend lost control, hit a tree, and went head over heels on the handlebars. He was fine, he had a helmet on, but the skidoo was a write-off. We waited while they found a replacement, but were scolded again, don't go so fast. My friend set off like a bat out of hell, and I followed him, only to catch him up and said, Adrian, you were told to go slower. Why didn't you? And this is what he said to me. He said, I was determined not to be spooked. And I would encourage you, there are lots of things that spook us along life's journey. Maybe in the areas where you have leadership. Try not to be spooked, but carry on. Keep turning up and doing the right thing. Leaders will never please everyone. It was Steve Jobs who once said, if you want to make everyone happy, don't be a leader, sell ice cream. We will never please everyone, but leadership requires perseverance. And my advice is keep on keeping on. There is no such thing as an overnight success. People had never heard of the C3 Church for many years, but people kept coming up to me after we'd completed our £7 million build and saying, wow, you did that quickly. It took me 25 years in partnership with many other people, one step in front of the other, not quitting even when I felt like it, but persevered. Please, for your sake, for the sake of this city, keep persevering. I'm going to end with a prayer, which is just simply to ask God to help you to persevere. Let's pray. Lord God, I pray that no one here will give up until they have finished what they are meant to do. Give them courage and perseverance. In your name I pray. Amen. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Steve. And while we're doing that, I am aware that there are apologies from Councillor Herbert and Councillor Sarah Bagent and Councillor Scott. will be joining the meeting online. Are there any known apologies? Oh. Councillor Dryden sends his apologies. Any other apologies being given? Oh, Carla McQueen.
Thank you.
Third and final time for apologies. Today was here. Oh yes, I can see. Now we move on to agenda item 1, approval of the minutes. Can I approve the minutes of the council meeting held on the 21st of July 2022? And this can be found on pages 9 to 41 of your agenda. Everybody in agreement?
Chair, there's a correction from Councillor Dryden that he wished me to submit. I'm just trying to find that. But basically, there's a point in the minutes where he was listed twice as having an interest in something, I think as a local councillor, where it should have been himself once and yourself, Mr Mayor, once as well. So I can send the specific details to Gary if that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, I don't know if it's usual to record apologies in these minutes, but I did give apologies to officers and to the whip for the council in May. Thanks.
Okay, that will be amended accordingly.
Thanks.
House. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the Mayor's announcements. The first one is Remembrance. Members are reminded that the Remembrance Sunday Civic service will take place on Sunday, the 13th of November, and anyone wishing to attend at Great St Mary's Church at 10:55 a.m. is asked to let Penny MacDonald know. The Deputy Mayor will be leading the civic procession to the church, and I shall be laying a wreath on behalf of the city at the War Memorial, and anyone wishing to join me there is very welcome to do so by arriving at the memorial for 10:30. Secondly, the Chevin service. Advance notice that the preaching of the Chevin sermon will take place on Sunday, the 29th of January 2023, and invitations will be sent out nearer the time. And this year's Chevin service will be held, no surprise to most of you, at Steve's Church, C3 on Coldham's Lane. So if you've never experienced a C3 church service, I would say it's worth coming just to have that experience. You will have an unbelievable time. And then finally, in my notice is a resolution of thanks. At the annual meeting of Council, we passed a resolution of thanks to Councillor Macpherson and Mrs Macpherson for their period of office as Mayor and Mayoress. We didn't have the frame at that time to pass on, although Councillor Macpherson did say his thank yous. So now I have the frame resolution to present to Councillor Macpherson, and the Deputy Mayoress will present. And can we show our appreciation in a normal way to Councillor Macpherson?
Most of you know me here. I don't speak about. Which is unprecedented in modern times, even though only about 3.5 months. Normal council meetings, but after the news today.
thanks to thanking for that, and also Penny McDonald and I think on Penny at one time when I was with Carol, and between us.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. I would like to ask members to declare now any interest in the items on the agenda before us this evening. But members are reminded that they can declare interest at any time during the meeting if anything occurs to them during the debates tonight. Councillor Bajan.
Member of the Cambridge Cycling Campaign, Chair.
Councillor Gilderdale.
I'm a member of Acorn the Union.
Yep. Any others at this point? Oh, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I am a member of LITRG, CIOT and CPAG, which are all organisations which have been campaigning about universal credits. So my interest is in item 4D. Thank you.
Anybody else? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bigg.
Yes, Mayor. In relation to motion 7D, I own a rental property in Cambridge.
Right. Yes, Gus.
And similarly to Councillor Vick, I own a couple of properties in Cambridge.
Right. Now, finally, we have a considerable amount of business this evening. So could I therefore ask all members to be concise with their contributions they wish to make and to show respect to their fellow members in all debates. And I do want to point out now, and I will remind people maybe later on in the evening, Council Procedure Rule number 10, duration of the meeting. When a meeting of the Council lasts to 10:30, the Mayor will announce that if the meeting is not finished by then, a vote will be taken at 11 p.m. on whether to close the meeting and, if it is a reasonable request, given the remaining workload, urge members to assist in completing the remaining business by 11 p.m. At 11 p.m, the Mayor will ask the Council if the meeting should close. Unless any member present dissents, the Mayor will then proceed to close the business of the meeting and go straight to the vote on any outstanding items without any further debate. So it's up to ourselves tonight that if we want to have a good discussions and debates and everything, that we are concise, keep it brief, and we don't talk unless it's really actual. If not, we will get to a point where we will just have a vote without anything to say. So it's in your hands tonight. During this meeting, I will ring the bell when the person speaking has half a minute left, and then again when the time has elapsed. And I think by now, you know, I don't show favour to any side. I've upset my leader. I've upset the opposition leaders. So, like I say, I take no prisoners. We agree to abide by the rules, and the rules will be followed. Now we move to agenda item 3, public question time. This will run for 30 minutes maximum. And under the scheme, it allows members of the public to speak at council meetings. And each speaker must address their comments to the chair of the relevant committee or the relevant member of the executive. Each question or statement must be limited to 3 minutes, with a further 2 minutes for a supplementary question or comment on something that has been said. If you have a supplementary, you will receive a written response. The members of the public and their questions are set out in the information pack from page 7. And I'd just like to again point out to the public speakers who are here tonight and people watching online who might be interested in coming to do public questions, that at any time during a council year, that the council executives are here to speak to people. So you don't have to wait to a council meeting to have a question. you can ring up during the year, you can ask for a face-to-face meeting, and you can still come with your public question. So do please use the executive councillors throughout the year for your questions. So Chang Lu, I hope that got right. Please, could you ask your question?
Thank you for having me. My name is Chang Liu. I'm a resident in Cambridge. As nights draw in, more and more students are becoming aware of the low levels of lighting on some of the most well-used paths around Cambridge. Many of these paths cross beautiful areas rich in wildlife, and I know there are concerns about impact increased permanent lighting might have on wildlife, in particular bats. However, for the winter months, when the lighting is most important for human residents in Cambridge, many bat species are hibernating. Would the executive member for open space be willing to meet with me to discuss a program to use Christmas lighting, perhaps on the trees, as a temporary and attractive way to improve the lighting on some of our paths, make them feel safer for workers and cyclists without having an undue impact on bats or the insects in the summer?
Councillor Collis, you are responding.
I am indeed, yes. I'd like to start by thanking you for coming along and raising what I agree is a really important issue, both from a safety point of view and also because of the need to look after protected species. I'd be very happy to meet up and discuss how we can work together to look at issues like street lighting levels on our open spaces. I'd like to suggest also including Councillor Gilderdale. She has the community safety brief at the moment, and I know she's been as concerned with making sure that Cambridge is as safe as it can be. So, yeah. I should add that Cambridge has recently been awarded Purple Flag status for the 3rd consecutive year. Forgive me if you're already aware, I'm not sure if you are. But just in case you're not, that's an internationally accredited standard that's awarded to towns and cities achieving a safe nighttime experience. And that includes thinking about lighting as well. So we are already doing some work towards that, but we can always do more. I'd be especially keen, as I suspect Councillor Gilderdale will as well, to understand a bit more about areas where there's a particular cause for concern. I think to get the maximum out of any meeting, we might also want to look at including the neighbourhood policing team to get their perspective. The City Council ecology officers will also be able to offer their expert experience, and that will be invaluable, and other project officers from the Streets and Open Spaces team. I do want to just sound a couple of cautionary notes. Firstly, it's actually the County Council that is in fact the lead authority for street lighting, so we would need their permission to install new items on any of their lighting columns. We may also be too late for new lighting schemes for this winter. Any application to the County Council can take 12 weeks to be considered, up to 12 weeks. But we can and do work together with the County Council, so, you know, that's not insurmountable. I want to finish by saying thank you again for putting forward your question, and I look forward to meeting up. So let's be in touch by email and we can get that organised. Thank you.
Did you have a supplementary question? Okay, thank you. Now we move on to Mahoney Goodman, please.
In 2022, a group of travellers were evicted from Aubrey Town Wreck It is common for family groups to travel through Cambridge for funerals, weddings, births, hospital visits, and to find work. However, due to the local authorities' failure to provide adequate legal stopping provisions, they are often forced to park their vehicles without authorisation. In a Facebook post, Cambridge Police said of the eviction, "We were made aware of trespassing on land at Campkin Road, known as Arbury Town Rec, over the weekend and a range of significant impacts on local people, including antisocial behaviour. We have been working with the landowners, Cambridge City Council, to respond to those behaviours, as set out in national guidance on legislation under the Police Crime Sentencing in Courts PCSC Act 2022. We assess and then respond appropriately to cases based on the individual circumstances. This includes balancing considerations as to whether the behaviours meet the threshold of causing or likely to cause significant damage, disruption or distress, alongside the potential impact taking enforcement action may have on families involved or other vulnerable people. This afternoon, we agreed with Cambridge City Council that the trespassing has been causing disorder and disruption to the local community, and the most appropriate course of action was to direct the group to leave using the new Section 60C1 powers. As Cambridge City Council acknowledged in its July 2021 motion on the policing bill, Section 61C specifically targets gypsy and traveller communities, who are some of the most discriminated against and marginalised minority ethnic communities in UK society. The Council describes Section 60C1 as discriminatory and disproportionate, and resolved to stand in solidarity with traveller and gypsy communities in Cambridge. We now know what the Council thinks solidarity looks like. Where alternative provisions, such as a negotiated stopping agreement, attempted prior to the Council's decision to enforce a measure that it claims to condemn, can the Council provide evidence that the alleged disorder and disruption met the legal threshold for an eviction under the PCSC Act? And, if so, did this eviction result in criminal proceedings under the PCSC Act or otherwise?
Thank you very much. Executive Councillor replying.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to take this one as it's an open spaces matter. So thank you for the question. I'm happy to explain the Council's position on the encampment that you're referring to, as you currently only have the police statement from a Facebook post and have inferred the Council's position from that statement. I just want to add, I'm answering in my capacity as open spaces portfolio holder, but I have discussed this issue at length with Councillor Healy, who may wish to come in on any supplementary questions. The police statement on Facebook is correct in its reports that there was a range of significant impacts from this gathering on local people, including a high level of antisocial behaviour. Council officers were able to visit on the Sunday and the Monday to witness this firsthand. As both a ward council and myself for the area affected and a local resident, I also witnessed the behaviour myself, and I heard directly from a number of affected residents, some of whom were extremely distressed at what was a very high level of disturbance. I was getting phone calls at 2 a.m. from residents unable to sleep. And we as a council also have a duty of care to those residents. The decision to evict was not one that was taken lightly, and there was a lot of dialogue in the lead up to that decision being taken. There was a thorough appraisal of all the options available, with a number of joint site meetings with council officers and police before the decision by the police to use their powers. And that's exactly what any of us would expect in the circumstances. The council owns Arbury Town Park and has managed several, as you know, unauthorised encampments on this site in 2022. The visit prior to the one referred to in your question was in fact a negotiated stopping arrangement. The cross-authority officer working group, I understand from Councillor Healy, has specifically been looking at negotiated stopping as part of its remit. I think that was actually mentioned in the answer to the previous question at the previous full council. With this previous visit that I'm talking about, our enforcement team had an early dialogue with the group on the 26th of August, and it was quickly established that what they needed was a short stay, and they were gone by 31st of August, all was fine. The visit on the 4th of September, to which this question refers, is very different. It was a significant gathering, 10 vehicles, 6 caravans and 47 people. It was impossible for these city council officers to conduct a welfare assessment as we normally would, because when they visited at 12:10 on the 4th, there were a high number of very, very drunk individuals, so it wasn't possible to complete that assessment. On the 5th of September, the police conducted over 30 door-to-door visits in the neighbourhood to learn and understand more about the impact of the unauthorised encampments on residents. And there is no doubt from residents' feedback and council officers' own experiences on the Monday that the late night drinking and noise had caused significant disruption and distress to those living in the neighbouring properties. Like I said, I certainly had quite a high number of phone calls and emails late at night from residents begging for help. Despite requests from the police to be mindful of their proximity to homes, the group continued drinking to excess, and on Monday morning at 10 o'clock, there were roughly 15 people sat drinking on the town park. I saw them myself on the way to work. This meant that the threshold for significant damage or disruption were met on the following grounds. 1, local communities being prevented from accessing or using facilities such as school sports fields, parks and car parks. Secondly, damage to the environment, including excessive littering, fly tipping, noise, and smells from waste or smoke due to bonfires. And also distress caused by offensive conduct such as verbal abuse and threatening behaviour. The City Council, like I say, after a lot of discussion, accepted the police's decision for the need for them to use their powers to disperse this group because of the disorder and disruption. And this decision was taken because of the antisocial behaviour, so the behaviour and its impact on residents, not because of who the group were. And I believe, on balance, that it was the right decision under those particular circumstances. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yes. Obviously, this was not an easy situation, and you have a duty of care to the residents. But do you not also have a duty of care to people who are stopping in Cambridge? You evicted them without even doing a welfare check. I understand that that was not straightforward, but it's disruptive to have someone staying temporarily and making noise, and obviously it was not an easy situation for the people who were around it, from what you were saying. But it's pretty disruptive to be evicted under legislation that could get your vehicles taken away from you, get you sent to prison, get your children taken away from you. That's about the most disruptive thing that could happen to any of us. So on balance, how are you fulfilling your duty of care to some of the most vulnerable people in society when you're evicting them without even doing a welfare check? How could you justify that? And what was the point in saying you'd stand in solidarity with the traveller community when you are now collaborating with the police to enforce laws that you condemned in that solidarity statement? It's beyond words, really.
Can I point out that what we've agreed to do with supplementary questions is, because they're not normally part of the formal question, is so you get a correct, proper answer, you will receive a written reply, because what we don't want is hearsay coming back to you. So if you're happy that your supplementary question will get a written response to.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I ask Councillor Collis, will you be doing the written response in conjunction with the...
Councillor Healy and I will speak with the Open Spaces team and we'll put together, we'll make sure a response is sent.
Okay, thank you. Now we have a public question from somebody attending on Teams, and I hope I get the pronunciation right. It's Kajiagani.
Thank you, and I hope you can hear me. I'm Khadija, and I'm a resident of Cambridge. And my question is, recently it has been noticed that there is a significant increase in the number of international students arriving at Cambridge. Anglia Ruskin has published on their website that 2,000 international students have been registered in 2022-23. It is very alarming to see international students are being forced to stay at bed and breakfasts and travel lodges, where they have to pay a huge amount of sum, as university has not secured accommodation before arrival. It has been reported that students who arrive in Cambridge in the middle of the night ended up sleeping in the university lounge, and some days they have to sleep in the corridors of travel lodge. In many cases, they have to pay for bed and breakfast for weeks until they could find some accommodation, effectively being homeless for a certain period of time. Can the council confirm that the students are being provided with a secured accommodation and are not forced to become homeless? Thank you.
Chief Executive Councillor is Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for your question. The University in Cambridge make it very clear in their communication with overseas students in advance of travel that they should not arrive having not secured suitable residential accommodation. It includes information on the website and within the allocations policies. They continue to work to source additional further student accommodation, whether developed themselves or via private sector partners. The council does not have a duty in relation to providing accommodation to those students who arrive into the city having not secured accommodation in advance, as per this advice. Nor does the council have any powers to limit the numbers of international students coming into the city or limit the capacity of education establishments. We do have legal powers to ensure that all accommodation in the city is safe for all tenures, including international students, and we will continue to use these enforcement powers where it's necessary to do so. This includes working with all landlords, including the universities, to ensure their accommodation is safe. We have a very good working relationship with both the university's accommodation services and work with both of them efficiently to offer support and advice. Both establishments do provide very good accommodation and act very effectively, landlords, to ensure that the safety and security of their students. Thank you.
That's great. Do you have a supplementary question?
I just want to say that, at least the figures should be checked, that what's happening with those students, because the councillor has completely, she might have the evidence or information, or she is not aware of these incidents happening in the city, because it seems that she has good connections with the accommodations of Anglia Ruskin and Cambridge University, but she has any updated information regarding these incidents which are happening around in the city? And can she provide any data or she's in conversation with some students who are living in such situations, or she's just telling me the policy and strategy only? Thank you.
Councillor Bird, can you do a formal written response to that? Because obviously it wasn't probably a question you were aware that was coming. So are you okay to do that?
Yes, Chair. I can answer the question now, but yes, fine.
Yeah, okay. Now move on to our final public question, which is from Jenny Brightman.
While awaiting the now 2-year delayed Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Needs Assessment, upon which the Council seems to place so much store, The need for transit sites in Cambridge City and South Cambridgeshire is clearly evident based on the council's continuing use of evictions for unauthorised campments. At the May full council meeting, the Executive Council stated that they could not commit to a moratorium on evictions, but did not intend to bring criminal proceedings under the PCSC Act 2022 on council-owned land. Previous speaker on the subject has mentioned that that did, in fact, take place. This raises the question, what further need a Gitana can demonstrate than the clear evidence which is staring the council full in the face? To put this into context, the RRR consultancy Gitana was commissioned to inform the housing and planning requirements in emerging local plans for the 20-year period 2020 to 2040. But the current local plan is still the basis of the planning policy for traveller sites. This should have already demonstrated need, yet it failed to propose any transit sites for Cambridge City and South Cambs Joint Planning Authority. In fact, Section 149 of the Equality Act 2010 stated 12 years ago that public bodies should have regard to eliminate unlawful discrimination, harassment, and victimization, advance equality of opportunity, foster good relations, remove and minimize disadvantages for those with protected characteristics, and to encourage participation in public life. Local authorities used to have a legal duty to provide sites for gypsies and travelers. In 1994, this obligation was removed, and as a result, site provision to accommodate the roadside gypsy and traveler communities is limited. The other issue the council seemed to have left in abeyance is the impact of the 2015 new definition of travelers in planning guidance. For the past 50 years, aspects of law and policy in England have sought to address a shortage of gypsy and traveller sites to compensate for the closure of traditional stopping places on common land since 1960. The new definition recognizes only those traveling for work permanently and excludes those who have settled due to age, illness, education, or other reasons. A 2019 EHRC study across 20 local planning authorities showed the pre-2015 requirement as 1,584 further pitches. After the revised definition was introduced, the assessed need fell to just 345. By their very nature, those travelers involved in unauthorized encampments are the most obviously PPTS compliant candidates. They are difficult to track and suspicious of officials coming onto their encampments and asking questions. In effect, the changes to PPTS, the repeal of the duty to specifically assess gypsy and traveller accommodation needs, replaced by a more general duty to assess the need.
I have to interrupt and say that's the 3 minutes. Obviously, for people online, they don't realise that people with the information packs will see all what you are
what I was saying.
Transmitting through the Executive Councillor.
Okay,
So,
can I just say the question?
the question
is, when will the new Gitana be made public?
Thank you very much. Councillor Healy.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the question. Just before I get into the answer, I just want to put on the public record the error that you made when you said we'd initiated criminal proceedings under the Police and Crime Act, which we didn't. Obviously, it was civil proceedings, so just to put that on the public record. So in relation to the Gitana report, the consultants carrying out the work had provided a draft Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment report, which also included an assessment of the needs of caravan dwellers who don't meet the planning policy for traveller sites definition. Now, initially, there were delays in the fieldwork for this survey because of the pandemic and the need to minimise the risk to both Gypsy Roma traveller communities and researchers. However, when we received the report a few months ago, there were concerns about how robust the findings were and whether they'd stand up to scrutiny. We felt that the data just wasn't robust enough, and we are fully committed to identifying correctly the need for Gypsy Roma traveller accommodation and meeting that need once it's identified. So as a result, we had to end the contract. Obviously, it's not ideal, and we're very, very disappointed by this news, but we want an accurate, inclusive and comprehensive needs assessment. We've now identified a different company to conduct it, and we hope to be able to finalise contracts to ensure it's completed in a timely way so we can incorporate the Katana for the local plan. But I want to be very, very clear tonight. This has not prevented us from working with partners to explore options for permanent and negotiated stop and place and transit site provision based on existing evidence. So I've previously mentioned that an officer working group led by Cambridge City Council and involving wider local authority partners has been established. We will continue to take this work forward regardless of when the new assessment is completed. So we're now refocusing the officer group in light of the changed position regarding the Katana to actively progress right now the identification of sites, and one of the elements of that work will also be establishing a joint member political advisory group in relation to transit and permanent sites. So once we have a robust assessment in place, it'll be published as part of the evidence base to support the emerging Greater Cambridge local plan, which will be finalised next year. So I just before I finish, just to say there has been a huge amount of progress. We're looking at sites. We're looking at sites for both transit and for permanent sites. We're also shortly going to be recruiting for a Gypsy Roma Traveller community worker, because we're so committed to supporting members of our community, and it's something I personally, and I know others, feel really passionately about, in having that dedicated post, which most other councils don't have. So I'm really excited about that. We're going to be starting recruitment on that before Christmas. There's also several other initiatives that we've also committed to. Back when the Jimmy Carr concert happened earlier last year, we committed to having a day of activities for Gypsy Roma Traveller communities, and that will be taking place on the 4th of December here in the Guildhall. So we're going to have a market with Gypsy Roma Traveller trade holders. There's going to be a family day, lots of children's events, and there's going to be a concert in the evening. Another initiative, which we're waiting the outcome on in terms of funding, is a Gypsy Roma Traveller Heritage Project, which is working with several museums and Cambridge University, and it also involves a DNA project. So this is all about breaking down stereotypes and welcoming our GRT communities in Cambridgeshire. So I'd really just like to say that I'm really pleased with the progress we've made, and as I said, the Katana assessment won't hold us back from doing that critical work around identifying sites. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Have you got a supplementary? You've got time for a supplementary, but obviously it will be a written response to make sure it's factual when it comes back.
Yeah, that's fine, and I do worry about it. I understand that you haven't actually taken criminal proceedings, but then that's because travellers always leave before it gets to that point, and that is a pressure that exists on those families. They can't stay around and risk having their homes and whatever taken from them, or fines or whatever else. So that's, although you're absolutely correct, you didn't have criminal proceedings, but you did get them, they did leave, and they've left in all of the 18 evictions that have taken place from July 2020 to March of this year. So that's that from that point, and I'm very pleased to hear what you're saying. But then again, this is what we were saying 3 years ago. The need for transit sites was totally clear. You did not need a Gitana to tell you that. Now you are saying you're going to go ahead and find sites, which is excellent, and I'm very happy that you finally come to that conclusion, that you can actually ameliorate the situation without sitting waiting for something that then turned out to be unsatisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank all the public speakers for giving their time up tonight to come and ask their questions. Some of them we see on a regular basis, and we thank you for reminding us what we should be doing. It's just frustrating for us sometimes to try and get these things done, but we do thank you for your time, and those written responses will be coming back to you. Please make sure you've left the details so we can make sure those responses go to you. Thank you. We're now going to move on to agenda item 4. which is recommendations of the executive for adoption. We'd look at item 4A contained on pages 43 to 147. So I hope you've read that before the meeting tonight. Recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Housing concerning the Housing Revenue Account Medium-Term Financial Strategy. Does Councillor Bird wish to introduce the agenda item?
Yes, please.
And you up to 10 minutes, but obviously you don't have to have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. It's now my great pleasure to present the Housing Revenue Account Medium-Term Financial Strategy for 2022 to 23 to Council and recommend it for approval. The strategy is a key long-term planning document that comes out each year covering the housing landlord services we provide as a city council. It affects the lives of thousands of people living in Cambridge, and we should also remember that our policies here affect people's homes and how they live. You will find my recommendations on page 2 of the report, page 46 of the agenda. Briefly, they are to approve the strategy, including changes to the financial assumptions detailed in Appendix B. Further, review the budgets and renewed partner status with Homes England. Approve proposals for change to existing housing capital budgets, for new homes capital budgets, and for a revised funding mix for housing capital programme. They have been considered and passed by the Housing Scrutiny Committee. Before we discuss the report, I'd like to thank the officers for their hard work and say how pleased I am with it. I'm politically pleased to see a number of council homes we have built and all started. We've got nearly 500 occupied. There's Mill Road Timber Works in Petersfield with a new community centre. We're building on Coville Road in Cherry Hinton and on Cromwell Road in Romsey, and with some homes already occupied. And at the Meadows, also in Arbury, where there will also be improved community centre. At Road and Fen Road, we're building to passive standards and showing that we take the climate emergency seriously. And Ellsborough Close in Arbury just got planning permission along with Aragon and Sackville Close in King's Hedges. And of course, we plan to build more. Watch this space. The report shows our financial position, which is much more difficult than that we'd like, thanks to certain government policies. I'd like to have a word with the Chancellor of the Exchequer about that, whoever he is today. However, the officers have done a very good job in balancing the budget, managing repairs and maintenance, and keeping rent increase as low as they can be with inflation where it is. We're getting on with repairs too. During the lockdowns, very little was done for officers' reasons. But we're getting there now and we're dealing with the backlog. The team are working very hard, even though it can be difficult to get the materials we need. One important thing is that we're doing an audit of all our housing stock, going around every council house to check what condition it's in, as well as looking for alterations that have been made without permission, checking their tenancy are all in order. This will give us a list of repairs that are needed so that we can do them now and avoid properties being empty between tenancies while we sort things out. and it will let us start to plan our maintenance to make sure things don't get so bad in the future. The survey also gives us a chance to talk to tenants and even being able to offer extra help with adaptations to people who didn't realise what they could help them. I live in an adapted house myself, so I know how important that is. This report shows that Labour is delivering for our tenants, new, old and in the future. We're managing to build and maintain quality homes to high standards that people can live good lives in. It's one way that we are delivering for people of Cambridge. I would like to thank all our staff for the hard work that they do for the council and the residents. I commend this report to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. Is there any debate? Councillor Pora?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Taking heed of your thing, I will be as brief as I can be. And I'd like to join the Exec Council. It'd be nice to have a word with the Chancellor, but I haven't checked my phone for an hour, so it might have changed by now. So I just want to explain our group's position on this and why we will abstain, as we did at Housing Scrutiny. Obviously join all of us, I think, in thanking our officers for their excellent work, both in terms of the accounts and also all the work being done across the housing portfolio. For us, the underspend continues to be a persistent and ongoing concern, and this was present before COVID impacted service delivery, and we don't feel yet that there's anything in this budget to show that we've got a plan to deal with it. Even if every tenant agrees to the immediate repairs, I can't see how our workforce can achieve this without something else set aside in the budget. Last year, even after COVID, the underspend in repairs was $1 million and it's still rising. This can't be right and this does need to change. We know there are council tenants who need things doing, and we don't want to watch houses and flats deteriorate with bills rising where the insulation isn't good enough and we have money in our bank account that could help with this. We also noted at Housing, Councillor Lee and myself, that there is a lot of issues with no responses and refusals, which is obviously delaying work, and we would hope to have a more comprehensive response to this from the ruling group. And it concerns me greatly that we have this money in our budget and that we haven't been more ambitious, or rather the ruling group haven't been more ambitious in expanding the retrofitting programme and committing to fully passive house standards, although obviously we welcome the recent developments that are, something that the Liberal Democrats have been pushing for, certainly since I joined Housing Committee, I think 4 budget cycles ago. But for us, what is happening with the underspends in the existing stock is just seeming to put more money into new builds, but leaving existing tenants behind. So we don't want this to continue. We want a better plan from the ruling group, and this is why we abstain today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope that was short enough for you.
Yeah, that was amazing. If everybody can keep like that tonight, we'll be, we will be getting away soon. Councillor Pagecroft.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am a councillor who lives in a council house, also as do my children. My son and daughter-in-law moved back to Cambridge 3 years ago with a 2-year-old son. Since moving in, a survey has had to be requested due to housing repairs going wrong or just not being done 3 times. A new bath leaked and caused a hole to appear in the kitchen ceiling. The leak has been sorted, but not the kitchen ceiling. Also, floorboards in the living room are rotten and a hole has appeared. I do hope they're repaired before my new granddaughter is born. She's due on the 8th of December and I don't want her to crawl down the hole. Kieran has sent quite a few emails, hence the surveyors. He's been told he needs new windows and new doors and nothing has been done. I do not get involved in any problems my children have with their houses. I try to get them to talk to the councillor where they live. But this is not just a problem for my son, this is a problem for other people as well. As Councillor Porro said, building new homes is a good thing, but you have got to look after the old homes. This problem is ongoing. I was supposed to have my gutters cleared today. I've got a lovely buddleia growing in it, but nothing has happened, and the rain just sheeted down onto the patio. This is not good. The council always had a good workforce for repairs. Where have they gone? I feel that the ruling group has not given enough support to the officers to deal with the backlog. And I hope that we can actually change this for people like my son, who's been waiting for a long time, and others as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howard? I've up to 10 minutes, as you're aware, but obviously...
I don't think I'll use the 10 minutes. Thank you. I would just like to reiterate the statements that have been made before. The Council recognises we are in a climate emergency. I don't quite think the Council recognises what that means. And I have heard in some officer briefings and other briefings that sometimes the first thing to be considered when there is financial pressure are schemes which may extend to proper retrospective retrofit of previously new built houses and other repairs that may otherwise be needed. And it is an absolute no-brainer. I will keep saying this again and again until I run out of breath or I'm not in the chamber anymore. It's an absolute no-brainer to insulate as many houses as possible in the city, in the county, in the country. It's a triple win on emissions, on the cost direct to tenants, and the cost direct to private householders. So any financial scheme that can be worked out to better funnel more resources into insulating homes is welcome. I've been counselled by my illustrious leader behind that there are certain restrictions that the council are under that may mean that it can't raise, for example, additional tax or additional revenue from those better to bear the burden in the city. I would invite us all to think of more creative ways. The city makes a huge amount of profit in tech. We know that in the next decade, those who own robotics or AI or any company that benefits from actually removing workers is going to make increasing amounts of profit. And I guarantee that a huge proportion of those companies exist or are starting to exist in Cambridge. So I would invite the administration to consider, are there ways that local money can be raised from those businesses, from the incredible level of technological aspiration the area has, to fund insulation for local people? On the actual HRA report, won't surprise you to know that I will abstain, given that I think that although there are good schemes in there, there is much more that can be done, and my number one priority would be to invite the administration to consider better insulation for as many homes as possible, as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Any other councillors? Councillor Robertson?
Stand up for these occasions. I think you've got to recognise that the amount of capital given to us by the government for insulation purposes in particular is almost negligible. This government we've got, these bunch of wasters up in government, have no plans for investing in this country's insulation. They have no plans at all. All they're interested in is saving money for paying less taxes for their 80,000 people who voted in their latest, or the MPP, Prime Minister before last. So, as for our ambitions are, yes, to do as much as we can for insulation. The housing revenue account cannot be used, you can't use the general funds of the council to subsidise the council revenue account, the housing revenue account. It's not allowed. But we will do what we can. We spend an awful lot of money retrofitting the South Arbury area around Aikman Street. Huge amounts of money was spent on that. So we will do what we can on insulation, I'm sure, but it's something that needs government intervention, intervention and insulation for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Davey?
Yeah, very briefly. Well, that was my... I thought it was me. It's just really to pick up Councillor Howard's point. I don't think we disagree. The issue is how. The last estimate we have undertaken in terms of the work we've done to analyse the cost, it's 4.65 billion, and that's for Cambridge City alone. And that's to do all our council stock. And our understanding is that it's somewhere in the region of 80 to 125,000 pounds per property. So the actual costs entailed, as Councillor Robertson's indicated, are significant. That's not to say we shouldn't take steps to look at how we can do that, and we're exploring with partners like Hill as to how we might be able to look at innovative ways to retrofit old properties. The final thing to say is any advice, any thoughts you have would be welcomely received. But I'm just trying to indicate, as Councillor Robertson has, the scale of the problem we have and the fact that it will require national intervention from this shower. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David. Councillor Thornborough.
Bring in a new Labour government as soon as possible, so I hope that you'll assist us in that, and I think the current government are doing a very good job. And when we have a next Labour government, I'm hoping that maybe local authorities will be able to engage with the international companies we have here in Cambridge to get them more involved, and maybe some local taxation. But I would actually like to thank the Executive Councillor for Housing for doing the audit and looking at existing buildings. I know in Petersfield, one of my residents was telling me about her front door, which needs to be, it's damaged and needs to be replaced. And rather than just replacing it, it is going, the whole frame and the adjacent window is going to be taken out and with new double glazing and proper seals. But it will take longer and it will be more expensive, but it's the right thing to do. It's actually upgrading the energy efficiency. So and that is part of what the executive's doing. So we're looking at we're looking at planned maintenance going forward, tied up with every opportunity to do energy efficiency. But it's not just the council homes. We as a Labour administration we're developing opportunities to tell private home owners what they can do as well. And building control have got 2 thermal cameras now, and residents will be able to contact building control to go out and actually look at their buildings and to get some basic advice about how to even start thinking about energy efficiency. So it is a priority, and we are looking at lots of ways to help not just council owners, but private owners as well. But thank you, Executive Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I just want to make a point of clarification. Councillor Howard is my local expert on anything retrofit and insulation. He's very well aware of how expensive retrofit is, and that's why he's been saying do partial retrofit, which is insulation, and quick wins, so everybody gets a little bit of help rather than just doing full retrofit on a minority of properties. For example, Councillor Thornborough mentioned double glazing, but in terms of reducing emissions, keeping your home safe and warm cost effectively, thermal curtain linings beat double glazing hollow. The issue also on double glazing is not whether it's single, double or triple glazing, it's how well it's fitted. And I do sort of support the acquisition of some thermal cameras because it's excellent for finding the holes round it. You know, we know there isn't money. We know that we have a corrupt and inefficient and stupid central government. Am I allowed to say that, Mayor? We hope that the next government will be better, but it doesn't take the duty away from us to get the maximum reduction in emissions and residents' bills from everything we spend. Thank you.
Any other councillors wish to say anything, or can I go to Councillor Smart?
Just a small thing, Chair. I mean, there were declarations of interest at the start from the members opposite in second homes in the city. And since they criticised our programme, our energy saving ability at the council, I just looked quickly at one of those properties owned by Councillor Vick, and I noticed that that's got an energy rating of D, which is very low, and soon will be illegal under government legislation. So I wonder if they'll commit to improving the energy saving capacity of their properties that they own in the city.
Councillor Smart. Any other councillors want to speak before I go to Councillor?
Just to say, there's a big difference on insulation. Roof insulation and the cost for doing that, external insulation and internal insulation. And then you have to look at the build of the house. I know people, obviously they are mortgage payers, I say obviously, it's not obvious, but who have been completely put off by the cost of doing external insulation. And similarly, fears about whether it will work and the disruption of internal insulation. It's not straightforward, but I do agree. We have not moved on since 2011, when I remember being rung up in my previous post to ask about insulation opportunities. I was then regional statistician and asked whether or not, what were the number of uninsulated households, dwellings, I mean. So I'll leave it on that. Thank you.
Can I go to Councillor Bird for the right to reply? If you want to reply, 5 minutes.
It won't be that long. Thank you very much. I've taken note of what you've said. And if Councillor Pagecroft could get in touch with me, I'll see what I can do. We are doing our utmost with the repairs. As you know, there's been a shortage of stuff and even a shortage of the workmen because everybody's crying out for them. So we're trying to get more and more involved, all right? So, but we are doing our utmost repairs because that's why I wanted to be on the exec so I could make sure we got our repairs done. I'm in social housing, so I know what it's like if you've got a problem. So this council is fighting for every tenant to make sure they do have a decent home. So we'll do our utmost. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bird. So we now go to the recommendations which you'll find on page 43 and over on page 44. There's 3 recommendations. I don't need to read them all out because you've all read them anyway. So now I'll go to the vote. Please can I see those in favour of the recommendations? Wait for it, wait for it.
I make that 23.
And can I see those against?
That's none.
And abstentions?
13.
Thank you. So the recommendations have been approved. Thank you. We now move on to agenda item 4B on page 149. Recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Open Space, Food Justice and Community Development. Does Councillor Collish wish to introduce this item? 5 minutes if you do.
I don't think I really need to say anything on that, Mr. Mayor, apart from to welcome Councillor Levine to the council, as I'm sure we all do.
Is there any debate? But hopefully we can all agree this is a straightforward appointment. Councillor Copley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I also would like to welcome Councillor Levine to the role. I just wanted to raise the threats to the River Cam in particular and encourage Councillor Levine to have that at the forefront for every decision thing that comes to the Cam Conservators. The River Cam is a truly precious ecosystem, one of a very tiny number remaining in the world, and it's being significantly over-abstracted, polluted via agriculture and sewage overflows, and the abstraction rates show no chance of reducing. And so that is a problem today. It will be a problem in the future. So yeah, I'd like to kind of congratulate you on your appointment and ask you to make this at the forefront of your mind on your term of the Cam Conservators.
We're jumping the gun on the appointment. We haven't voted yet. And we've got another speaker. Councillor Dean.
Well, in hope, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to say I'm a keen user of the river. I was on the river this morning. There certainly were a few ponds, I have to say, but I'm on the river 3 or 4 times a week, and I will bear all of the considerations that you've mentioned and others in mind. I wish the very best for the river. There are 1 or 2 other people in this room who I know use the river. So it's for all of us. It's a beautiful river. It's fabulous. You see kingfishers, herons, cormorants, all sorts of things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further debate, or can I go to Councillor Collis? You have a right to reply.
I don't think I need to, do I, Mr. Mayor?
In that case, we'll go to the vote. Please, can I see all those in favour of the recommendation?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Recommendation has been agreed. We now turn to agenda item 4C, which you'll find in the information pack on page 13. Recommendation of the leader, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority, City Council appointments. Does Councillor Smith wish to introduce this item? You have 5 minutes if you wish to do so.
Yeah, I doubt I need a minute actually, but so just to draw your attention to the fact that the original published documentation was not correct, which is why it's come out in the information pack. This is to confirm my appointment as substitute member on the Combined Authority Board, which I've been for a while. The change was made since the last council meeting. But Councillor Simon Smith is stepping up as full member on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and Councillor Gawthorpe Wood is the substitute member now on that committee to replace Councillor Smith. I did also want to just say a very brief thank you to Councillor Herbert, who is not here this evening because he is at an awards ceremony as a nominee for a Lifetime Achievement Award, and he'll be hearing whether or not he got that award within about an hour and a half, I think, so I'm sure we all wish to wish him luck. But Councillor Herbert has stayed on the Combined Authority Board significantly longer than any of us had initially intended to see the Combined Authority as Deputy Mayor through some difficult times. I'm very grateful to him for that. I know that he will be stepping back quite shortly, but for now, he remains the board member, and I want to thank him for his service.
Thank you. Is there any debate? But hopefully we can all agree as it's a straightforward appointment. Anybody want to speak, or can we go to the vote? In that case, we'll go to the vote. Can I see all those in favour?
That's unanimous.
Thank you. The recommendations are agreed. If only all these were so easy, wouldn't it be lovely? Now we move on to agenda item 4D on pages 151 to 183. Recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Finance, Resources and Transformation for the Council Tax Reduction Local Scheme, April 2023 to March 2026. Does Councillor Davey wish to introduce this item? And you would have up to 5 minutes.
My introduction is simply to commend this report to Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any debate? And I would just like to point out that at committee where you discussed this, when I look at the report, it was unanimous. So, but if people do want to speak, then obviously I don't want to kill democracy, but you've obviously debated it at the committee. So is everybody happy we can go to the vote? Oh, but first, Councillor Davey, you have a right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But no.
Spoke too soon. Councillor Bennett.
Mr. Mayor, I won't be long. I just wanted to say that this is my other day job, dealing with benefits, and the universal credit system is dreadful. The professional bodies to which I belong submitted a 28-page report on basic flaws, none of which have ever been corrected. It's so difficult to administer that the DWP regularly makes mistakes, even quite basic ones. So, to do what Naomi Armstrong, our benefit officer, has done, and come up with such a concise, fair and sensible report on ameliorating position of universal credit and other benefit holders and other low-income holders and helping with their council tax is a considerable achievement, and I think I'd like us all to thank her now. Thank you.
Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll also be really brief. I think at this time of obviously the rising cost of living, it's quite timely that this report has come forward. We've had a chance to review the council tax reduction scheme. It's obviously paramount that we do everything we can to offer the maximum support to our residents on lower incomes. And so I think we're really glad on our side that this has been subjected to really close scrutiny. We'd like to thank the Executive Councillor for his responses and his detailed feedback at the committee, and we are indeed happy to continue supporting this. I just wanted to raise, though, one concern or possibly question, which we did raise in committee, but isn't in these papers here, just to underline it, which is just how complex this item is. There's one comment in the consultation feedback from residents on pages 156 and 157, where they point out that they just had no idea what the meaning of the questions they were being asked were about, so they didn't know how to respond. But that's actually only a tiny representation. If you read the full report that went to SNR, I think it's over a third of the comments across the questions say that they just didn't understand what the question was asking. I appreciate the situation is really complex, but given the uncertainty of the current financial position, I think it's really important that people feel in control of and empowered to understand the decisions that their council are making on their behalf. And while we feel very confident in the scrutiny around this and that this is the right thing to do and we do support it, I would really like our residents to feel the same as well. So going forward, I wonder if we could ask that in future reports or consultations of this nature, it is at least made clear and the complex questions around this are broken down so that residents can answer those questions honestly, as I'm not sure in this particular consultation they're able to do so. But having said that, we do support this voting for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Councillor Davey, you have the right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I unreservedly accept Councillor Bennett's points. Naomi Armstrong's done a fantastic job, both in terms of report and also in attempting to make this as concise as possible. So it's quite simply to say thank you to her and for the report itself. I think Councillor Payne raises an interesting question, and I think it's actually about comms as much as it is about the report itself. And I think there is a lesson in there, particularly as we seek to look at how we work as an authority throughout Cambridge, that we try and ensure that our communications are effective and as simple as possible. So I take the point, and I do accept that you're not actually criticising the report itself. And on that point, I'll happily commend the report, therefore, to Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. So we'll now go to the vote for the recommendations, which are found on page 151. Can I see all those in favour of the recommendations?
That's unanimous.
No need to do anything else then. Thank you. The recommendations are agreed. We now move on to agenda item 4E on pages 185 to pages 208. Recommendation of the Executive Council for Finance, Resources and Transformation for the Treasury Management Half-Yearly Update Report 2022-2023. Does Councillor Davey wish to introduce this item? 5 minutes for an introduction.
Again, simply to commend the reports to Council, although I anticipate there may be some questions that will be requiring response. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any debate? That's I can't believe it, Councillor David, can you?
It's fair to say that was not expected, but nonetheless, I think it'd be fair to say, just simply to point out for the record, the counterparty changes, which I think is worth noting, and also the response to both the Santander issues and Thurrock. So quite simply to say that gratitude to Caroline Reba for all the work she's done in trying to ensure we've managed this Treasury Management report appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, in that case, we'll go to the vote, and the recommendations are found on page 185 and carried over on page 186. So can I see all those in favour?
That's 27.
And can I see all those against?
That's none.
And can I see abstentions?
That's 9.
So the recommendations are agreed. Thank you, everybody. Now we move on to, find the right page now.
Page 8, you're on page 8.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we move on to agenda item 4F, which is found on page 209 to 247. Recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Finance, Resources and Transformation for the General Fund Medium-Term Financial Strategy. Councillor David, do you want to introduce the item? And you have 10 minutes for this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to introduce this item, and although I'm not one for speechifying, I think in this instance it's only appropriate just to spend a few minutes reflecting upon what we're left as in terms of the Council's future financially. When I was fortunate enough to follow Richard Robinson as the Executive Councillor for Finance and Resources, that was only 2 years ago. That's September 2020, or it does feel like a long time, but nonetheless 2 years ago. In that time, there's been 5 Chancellors of the Exchequer. 5 Chancellors of the Exchequer. In the last 4 months, there's been... It's funny if it wasn't tragic. And it's tragic for our city, it's tragic for our residents. And the mismanagement of the economy by the Conservatives has dragged more and more people into poverty, even in a prosperous city such as Cambridge. Simple as that, it's awful. Where does this leave us as an authority? The situation was bleak to begin with. It was always going to be difficult. And for us as an authority to come up with plans for the long-term future of the city, it was tricky enough. And I think it's only right and appropriate, just as Councillor Bird did earlier, to thank our officers for the work they've done. Caroline Reba and Frankie and her team have done an outstanding job to try and make some sort of sense about where we were taking the finances forward. And it leaves us in a position of complete and utter uncertainty. People talk about the markets requiring certainty for the future, and we can see what's happened to them over the course of the last month. But for a local authority, in terms of trying to plan forward, we also need certainty so we can continue to provide excellent services to our residents. The fact that the mini-budget, which the calamitous mini-budget has been overturned, sort of takes us back to where we were before if it wasn't for financial costs that had been caused by the mini-budget. And I remember at SNR, Councillor Bick quite rightly said, well, is this an appropriate document? Can we actually plan on this on the basis of this document? And he's right to ask that question, because it's very, very difficult. But you go back to, as I say, what the work that Caroline and the team have done in preparing this budget, this MTFS today. And I think that despite the uncertainty that's been caused, we have here grounds for something to work upon. And that clearly we will have to review it again when it comes to the BSR, which will be in a very short period of time. But nonetheless, we have something here we can work towards. There's three things I'd like to highlight. First of all, it's the scale of the challenge that was, when we wrote this MTFS, before the mini-budget, of having to find over £11 million of money in the next 5 years. So again, there's a really clear wake-up call here. I think whilst there may be questions around the level of reserves, at the moment, I think it would be craziness to take those apart other than to continue the work, the current services that we deliver. Anything other than that at the moment would be, in my view, imprudent. Having said that, there's two other things I'd want to just refer to. The commitment we made, I think it's the first BSR I presented, so it's 18 months ago, to look at how we did use reserves for green investments. You'll start to see this now, within limited acceptance, I do agree, but with the REN proposals for the water beach plants, about how we can ensure that they're green and with a view to the future. And I hope this will be the start of some, when we, as I said before, get more certainty as to the future. You'll also notice within the budget, we've also set aside money for the completion of Silver Street toilets. The delay there was quite simply because of the increase in costs in actually trying to deliver against them, but you'll be pleased to note that that work will be completed. I'll finish my introduction at that point, commend the MTFS to you all. More than happy to take questions, but I have to stress we're in difficult times. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor David. Councillor Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to echo Councillor Davies' thanks to the officers for the work behind this report, and because I didn't speak on it, also the previous report. And also, like Councillor Davies, I'd like to acknowledge that the complete self-combustion of the government and any semblance of an economic strategy over the past month adds to the already volatile conditions and unanswered questions that were making this MTFS a difficult one to become meaningful at this stage. And that clearly leaves more decisions to the budget time itself, and let's hope we have some more certainty by then. In the meantime, with so little in the way of fixtures to cling on to, we therefore would agree with the wisdom of one of the recommendations to increase our minimum reserve level, even though looking at the numbers behind that, it's somewhat academic at this point, as our current reserve level is projected to be 4 times that amount at year end. We would naturally also support the variations in the current year's budget for the 2 excellent capital items that Councillor Davey just mentioned, and the revenue provision to implement the pay offer. A promise was made at the time of the budget in February for an opportunity as part of the MTFS to scrutinise the impact of the failure to budget for inflation this year. A small, relatively small decision at the time, but a much bigger decision when you get to this point. We can see that apart from the national pay settlement funding, services are forecasting not to be seriously off target in spending, despite inflation hitting much higher levels than were anticipated. But we had asked for transparency about how this was happening, as our concern had been at the time of the budget about backdoor cutbacks through corners being cut and things not being done, which elected councillors knew nothing about, and that's really our responsibility to oversee. So I would like to express disappointment that this document does not offer that information, which approaching a budget for next year in times of very high inflation is really relevant information for us as a background to consider that. Part of this concern we have about the strategy, apart from this, the concern we have about the strategy that is being deployed to make savings, which look likely to be necessary. The so-called transformation process, under some form or other, has been going on since 2015, and now over £8 million has been budgeted from then till now to spend on it. I welcome the recent attempt to involve opposition members in that process to create more openness, and we on our side have taken up that opportunity and have tried to contribute constructively. But in the course of doing so, we were alarmed to learn that the turnover in heads of transformation is continuing. We will shortly have had 3 in less than 3 years. And that, I think, is unusual by any standard, although, unfortunately, the government has won out on that comparison in the last 3 months. But it is something that ought to concern us. It's not normal, I think, for important local government jobs of this kind. And in particular, it's important given the high promise that has been invested in this transformation process. So I'd be very keen to hear Councillor Davies' comments on why he thinks that has happened. And the closer we have got to this transformation process, actually the more it looks like a conventional organisation restructure and an IT systems upgrade. The review of office accommodation is another very important aspect of this, which incidentally we think is going in the right direction, could have been done without the cover of a transformation strategy. And likewise, for members opposite to decide whether there are any services that they might not like to be continued at all, or continued only at a lower level, really shouldn't require a multi-million-pound project just to evaluate and make those kind of decisions. The early story that we heard about creating a new kind of council, a totally new kind of council, it was a very creative process, never quite got beyond describing the council that members opposite have been telling us for years we've already got. Now, someone was wrong about that then or now. It now seems to have generated into just a very expensive cost-cutting exercise. Now, I can see that some useful things have been done, and at committee I picked out the area of people, which in the context referred to policy in relation to staff and development, for praise. And I would certainly applaud the efforts of our staff in taking this whole process and participating in it constructively. And I know a large number have been working very hard at it. But I can't help thinking that we've been witnessing a huge, costly superstructure of an exercise to avoid difficult decisions for a long time when you think that we started budgeting for it in 2015. Now, we will wait and see the outcomes of all this in the budget, but in the meantime, we will reserve judgment on the overall picture. It really needs to be a dramatic one to justify the £8 million outlay. So, Mr. Mayor, when it comes to it, we would request a separate vote on recommendation 2, please. Thanks.
Councillor Bennett.
I won't keep you long. I'd really have another look at page 220 of the report. Because I just want to repeat one paragraph. In 2021, a 5-year net new savings requirement of £7.5 million was identified. It's now revised up to £11.5 million. And the sensitivity modelling indicates that the final savings requirement could range from 9.7 million to 19 million. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our new normal. many of us older people, it's actually an old normal. This is the world we lived in the 1980s and the 1990s. It's not pleasant. This is not going to be easy. And I think we need to be honest and clear with both of ourselves and with residents. There are going to be large cuts, there are going to be service cuts, they're going to be hard, they're going to be painful. And it's important that all members on all sides of the chamber are involved as closely as possible in this, because we know we have a different view of the council services from officers. Both councillors and consumers, we deal with the awkward questions, the people who can't get through on the telephone, the people who can't cope with the web forms. We know where the pain is going to be greatest on the cuts. So, I wouldn't speak for long. So my plea is, keep us all involved. And I know this isn't going to be very pleasant for any of us, but let's not shy away from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Nessinger.
Thank you. I hadn't been going to speak on this, and I am going to apologise in advance if I'm deeply incoherent this evening, because I've actually spent most of this week grappling with similar issues at the County Council. I have to say that I think the chaos in central government is absolutely horrendous for our country. We were in a difficult position before, but that difficult position has been made so incredibly worse by the catastrophic, not very mini budget, which has led to even greater inflation and particularly even greater borrowing costs. I think that the thing I wanted to say is that it's important for members in this room to be aware that the difficulties that are facing the City Council are matched at all of the partner councils across the whole of the Combined Authority area. The papers that I was wrestling with at the County Council today, our budget gap has risen from 17 million for the coming year. That's not over 5 years, that's next year, from 17 million to 28 million that we need to find this year. And those figures are, well, they're not as bad, but the Combined Authority is also facing real difficulties because their budget is in flat cash. So inflation has a huge impact on their income. And I think the point I want to make is that as we are all in our different places wrestling with these different issues, it's important that we talk to each other and we make sure that we're not cutting the same things in the same place, and that we're aware of where problems are going to come in one area and where we can support each other. So my plea really is that we should talk to each other. The other thing I just want to add very briefly is that the other thing I'm really aware of is that this summer was a real wake-up call around climate change and the impacts of climate change and the need for mitigation. That's not necessarily something that the District Council has quite so much of a problem with, but in terms of our roads and in terms of our fire services, the problems that climate change is bringing and the costs that are going to be associated with that are huge. So I just wanted to add that cheerful note to the debate, and I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Nessinger. Any other councillors? Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that one of the reasons that we have such high savings requirements is because we've had over 10 years of Tory austerity that have cut budgets for councils across the city, cut budgets for services, not just putting us in this terrible situation now, rolling back on climate change commitments made by the previous Labour government, putting us backwards in where we need to be, or even further back than we would have been. And that's why it's very important that the things we do and the parties that we're a part of and the votes that we make nationally make a real difference to our residents and to the things that councils like ours and all councils across the country make. And I think we can't forget the impacts of austerity, and some of us in this chamber are fighting to have a different government, and it seems in this country you're either with us or you're with the Tories. And I know where I stand.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Anybody else for the debate? Otherwise, Councillor Davey, you have the right to reply. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, I've late.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Davey. I wondered if I could just respond briefly to Councillor Moore. The failure of the Labour government to put in a proportional representation government and stick with first past the post has meant that we've been stuck with a Tory government for a very long period of time. And I'm aware that Labour delegates this year for the first time voted for a proportional representation, more representative government. And I would urge the hopeful future Labour government to make a change to that voting system.
It wasn't...
Councillor David.
Yeah, I'm point of clarity. I'm not sure it was a Labour government that didn't put forward that proportional representation. I think it was a referendum which came about following the Conservative and Liberal Democratic joint administration in, was it 2010? And that, unfortunately, did not be successful. I say unfortunately because in Cambridge, of course, we did actually vote in favour of proportional representation. So I'd hate us to be accused of actually being against that. If I can go back to the main issues in relation to the MTFS, I'd like to end positively, if I can, within a bleak situation. So I'll deal with Councillor Bick's comments first. Transparency. As we mentioned at the S&R about the budgets and inflation, I do accept that maybe there could be more in here about inflation, but as agreed with Councillor DL, we have supplied you with the quarterly financial reports, which gives you far more granular detail than you'd ever get from an MTFS about inflation. Well, they do, because we would put it in there and you can see it. And I think one of the things that I'd want to refer to on the issue about how our staff have managed it, they've managed within the scope of what they've been given, but we do need to monitor what. Again, I'm slightly puzzled by this starting transformation in 2015. We spent 8 million. I wasn't the councillor in 2015, so you clearly have a better memory than me. My understanding is transformation started last year through MTFS. 3.5 million was allocated to it. If there's something previous, I'd be grateful to know. There was a previous chief exec, so Robert wasn't here. I'm not quite sure who and what you're referring to, because I have no recollection whatsoever of what you're talking about. In terms of heads of transformation, it's a tricky one, this, because it personalises it. Alyssa left because she wants to leave. Nick Kemp has left as a result of the end of his contract. We now have, if you like, placed a core central person in charge of the overall programme, Jane Wilson. And the point I would make is it's differentiating, trying to conflate individual reasons with the overall plan of the programme, to me, is not fair. It doesn't make sense, and it's inappropriate in terms of the personnel involved. I would stress, therefore, that Jane, being at the core of what we're doing now, is exactly the right person, and she'll be supported to take things forward. Again, I would reiterate that the majority of people who work in the transformation programme come from within the council. They're not external, they come within the council, they know what the council is about, they know the ethos and the centrality of what is. Now then, the final point that Councillor Bick raised is about, is it a programme or is it not a programme? We haven't seen very much. So, let's get this right about the decisions that haven't, the non-taking of difficult decisions. The Guildhall, that strikes me as quite a significant decision that's been made. The new operational hub, replacing the depot, that strikes me as quite a significant decision that's been made. Transforming the leadership team, that's quite a significant decision. Consulting our residents, that's quite a significant decision, which will lead to an organisational restructure. You say about that we haven't got beyond the process. Well, it's not started yet. We're at the process of about to implement. So there is a planning process that needs to go through before you get to that point. So when that comes, I'm pleased that you've been involved in the discussion so far, because it's about the council as a whole. I hope you and Councillor Bennett will be able to contribute effectively to the process. But all I would say is we're at that point now, after a year, not 10, a year of trying to now implement the process that's been proposed by our Cambridge team. So to move on to slightly more positive things. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. These are tough times, and we all need to be involved in this process. This is about how the council will function financially in relation to our Cambridge, how you're able to influence. Because there's things about that we'll have a say about politically, quite rightly, but it's actually about how the council functions as well. So therefore we have to take into account what the opposition thinks, and you need to be consulted. We may not always agree with you, but you need to be consulted, and I guarantee that will continue to happen, and it's already started. I hope you'll agree that process has begun, and we'll have regular meetings with yourself and Councillor Bick. There are practical choices that have to be made, and they have to be set aside the financial constraints that we face. And I think, again, you're right, Councillor Bennett, to emphasise that. 11.5 million looks to me like it's potentially a low figure. So how we find that over the course of time is really important. And I think, again, oddly enough, a conversation I had with Councillor Davis, we might need to be clearer with the community, the residents we serve, about just what the scale of the challenge is that we have in front of us. Final thing I'd like to stop with is Councillor Essinger. I think you're absolutely right. We do need to talk effectively with partners. We have a unique opportunity where we have a shared administration of County Council. We have a Labour City Council, and we have a Labour Mayor. And we've never had that before. The opportunity, and it may only last for 2 years, but the opportunity to do something positive and constructive together is an opportunity we need to grasp. And whilst I do accept there will be political differences, and that's fine, but nonetheless, in total, bearing in mind the scale of the challenge faced by the public sector, if we don't work effectively with you, bearing in mind the people who are now about, then we've made a mistake. I do accept that point, Councillor Essinger.
Thank you, Councillor David.
Thank you very much.
Now we've had Councillor Bick has raised a question about not voting on all the recommendations. Is that right, Councillor Bick? No, you're happy to?
Mayor, I ask for a separate vote on recommendation 2.
Yeah, number 2.
Number 2, right. So we just want a separate vote on number 2. So, okay then, so if we vote for everything apart from number 2, and then we'll take yeah, is that all right? Rather than go through them all, yeah, is that okay? So the recommendations are shown on page 209 and page 210. And what we're going to do is vote at this moment in time on recommendations 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Is that correct, everybody? Everybody happy with that one? So we're voting 1, 3, 5, 6 and 7. Wait for it. So all those in favour of 1, 3, 5 and 7?
So that's unanimous.
Thank you. So now we're going to vote on recommendation 2. All those in favour of recommendation 2?
That's 27.
Those against recommendation 2?
That's none.
And abstentions against recommendation 2?
That's 9.
Right. So the recommendations are agreed as in the pack. So now I propose we take a 30-minute break before we move on to item 5. I think we're getting through. If we start on item 5, I think we'll find ourselves going past 8:30. And I think you've all done very well at the moment. So if you're happy to have a 30, and if you don't want a break, that's fine. I'll carry on. I mean, people are looking puzzled.
8:25.
8:25. 8:25 back in the chamber. Thank you very much. carry on at the same rate, we're going to be okay tonight. So now we go for agenda item 5, recommendations of committees for adoption. We turn to agenda item 5A, the recommendation of the Civic Affairs Committee, amendment to the contract procedure rules. The recommendation is set out on page 249 of the agenda. Is there any debate? Councillor Bigg.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a question which would be helpful if there could be a response to. This recommendation is fundamentally a sensible one, in that it is changing the contract procedure rules to address a problem that was created by the current rule being inflexible and preventing sensible conduct of business in the granting of, in the making of grants to third-party organisations. But what the reason for the change in rules was that it emerged that the council had been ignoring the existing contract procedure rules for some considerable time, and they're on page 253. But the question I wanted to ask in that context is, how was it that the council sort of adjusted to what was practical by ignoring the rules, and how had that got through the audit procedures of the council and took apparently a really long time to come to the obvious solution of changing the rules? I think it is an important matter, and it was given surprisingly little attention when I asked about it at Civic Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bigg. Councillor McPherson, as Chair, do you want to address that before we go to any other questions?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Indeed, that question was asked in committee. I remember it very well. But I don't think either of us received a response to that question. So I will chase that up, because I think I'd like to know that as well. But I don't believe we actually got a response to that. So what I'll do, we'll chase that up a bit further and see if we can get a response on that.
Is there any other debate on this point? No. In that case, I will go to the recommendation as seen on page 204.
Can I just say a couple of words before we do that, Mr. Mayor? I don't want to say too much on this, only that, again, I'm not going to make any apologies for thanking all these officers who put so many reports together at Civic Affairs. It has a wide brief, and lots of officers spend lots of time doing this. I would just like to point out just a small piece of good news, that the Cambridge waiting time being raised to £11, I think is good news. It may be small news to some, but it isn't to everyone. And it will almost also be backdated from April. So that's a really good thing. And also, I think that the procedure, although we need to find out why the rules were changed, will, I think, make it easier, have a much better slide in to obtain these grants, to apply for them and to obtain them. So I think that's a good piece of news. But the point that Councillor Bick made is well made, and we will look into it further. So happy to go for these en bloc if the membership are happy to do that.
We'll have to go through these one at a time, although I appreciate Councillor McPherson offering to do them all en bloc. So we'll go for the first one, which is recommendation on page 249. Can I see all those in favour?
That's unanimous.
So the recommendations are agreed. Thank you for that one. We now move to agenda item 5B, the recommendation of the Civic Affairs Committee, review of the budget setting process and wider financial governance issues. The recommendation is set out on page 257 to 258 of your agenda. Is there any debate? And I'd just like to point out it was unanimous at committee, but Councillor Bigg.
Actually, it wasn't unanimous in all respects at committee. I'm sorry to have to point that out. But, Mr. Mayor, the recommendations deal with the creation of a new procedure for the budget, and that was something that was unanimous, and I have no comments to make about that aspect. But the point over which an issue remained, which that we do disagree with, is about the new rules that are proposed for varmint. This is really moving money between different parts of the budget during the budget year. Even much of that was not controversial, but the highest level of transferring money between different parts of the budget, moving money between wholly different services, where wholly different policies and strategies apply, we disagree that up to £250,000 could be one place to another between budgets on the say-so of just the Executive Councillor. That is an awful lot of money. If we were doing that in a budget, there would be lots of debate about it in the council meeting that agreed the budget. Just because it's during the year, it shouldn't go through a procedure that is any less than that. £250,000 seems to us far too high a figure. We have agreed the remaining parts of the table on page 262, which allow flexibilities at a level where they're most likely to be needed. But the highest level seems to me a dangerous precedent, and will introduce a lack of transparency and accountability in the way up to £250,000 could be moved between wholly different subjects of spending within the city. So, Mr. Mayor, the consequence of that is that I am asking for a separate vote on recommendation 5. The others we have no disagreement with, but we do intend to vote against recommendation 5.
Is there any further, Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was bedridden on the day of the meeting, so I attended by Teams and couldn't vote, and therefore I want to make it explicit that I do approve the recommendations and explain why. We're now in a much more uncertain world. Things will change faster, harder, and with less warning. We need to give the officers the flexibility to make those changes. We're no longer in a certain world where we do the budget at the beginning of the year and expect results to bear a fairly close resemblance to them at the end. We're all playing catch up with budgets and spending because our world will change in between the two. And this is a sensible and modern reform which I fully support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Any other? Councillor Smith?
Nice big red flag or something to wave from up here, aren't I? I know that Councillor Davey has had to leave the meeting, so I just wanted to comment on the proposal to be able to move up to 250,000 within between cost centres in different service groupings. I think it's a wholly sensible idea. As has already been said, this is something that a lot of businesses do. Things do change through the year. We have to be agile, and it's just incredibly sensible and prudent. So I'm fully supportive and completely understand why that's been put in there.
Thank you. Anybody else, or can I now go to the vote as been proposed, which would be the Councillor McPherson, you have a right to reply.
You'll be delighted to hear after the leader's comments there, I have nothing more to say.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. So the proposal is that we vote on 1 to 4 on block and then vote on number 5 separately. So all those in favour of 1 to 4, please show.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. And now we go on item 5. All those in favour of item 5?
Okay, so that's 25. 25.
All those against?
That's 9.
And abstentions?
That's 2.
So the recommendations are approved as listed. Now we go to agenda item 5C, the recommendation of the Civic Affairs Committee, proposal to increase the Cambridge weighting for employees and agency workers. The recommendation is set out on page 271 of the agenda. And is there any debate on this one? No. Councillor Macpherson, you can say a few words if you wish to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've said all I needed to on that one. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So can I see all those in favour of the proposal?
That's unanimous.
Thank you. That is carried as agreed. Now we move on to item 5D, recommendation of the Civic Affairs Committee, review of the pension discretion statement. The recommendations are set out on page 279 of the agenda. Any debate on this? Councillor Macpherson, you can say a few words if you want.
Not necessary, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. So can we go to a vote? All those in favour of the recommendations as shown?
That's unanimous.
Well, if life was so easy every time. Thank you for your patience. Now we move on to oral questions, agenda item 6.
Mr. Mayor, could I just make a point of information that I think might be interesting for the whole chamber to hear? We've just found out that Lewis Herbert has been awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award by the Local Government Information Unit.
Does that mean we finished the council meeting early then now?
In celebration.
Right, thank you, Councillor Smith, for the information. This item will last a maximum of 30 minutes. The Executive Councillor, Chair or nominee will have up to 2 minutes to reply. The questioner will have 2 minutes to put a supplementary question or to seek clarification of the response to the original question. The Executive Councillor, Chair or nominee will have a further 2 minutes to reply to the supplementary question. And at the conclusion of the 30 minutes, those that have not answered may provide a written response to the member who put the question. Councillor Holloway has the first question.
Question 1, please.
Councillor Bird.
Thank you. This is just a quick summary. The creation of asylum seekers and refugees team. The purpose of this team will be to prevent and reveal homelessness, supporting guests with housing options, advice, help Ukraine refugees to settle and build their homes in the UK, and to arm them with the information, confidence and skills to navigate their way around services and systems, with expectations that many will then be able to support themselves and secure future accommodation options. The team would be comprised of team leader, 3 homeless prevention officers and 4 community settlement roles. launching a subsidised private rental scheme for homes for Ukraine customers, which will be supported by the council social letting agents, town hall lettings, and a paper outlining this is outlined too. The cost of this would be 3,807,648 per annum. 8,009,650 for the subsidy scheme, plus 93,796 per annum for the creation of 2 property finder roles within the town lettings. The housing advisor roles contained in the paper will include the cost for the asylum seekers and refugee listed above. Working with local housing association, reviewing our own properties to let and identify clean house systems for those households in danger of falling out of the sponsorship scheme would be allocated accommodation to avert the need
That's
for
2 minutes,
expensive
Councillor Bird. Have
temporary
you got much more?
accommodation.
That's
Sorry?
2 minutes. Well, you just finished?
Is that it, is it?
Yep, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, can you just answer further, please, if you've got more to say, go ahead.
Two minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Right. Okay, so provisions for temporary accommodation where other housing options have failed. We are proposing that up to 56 days is allowed in terms of temporary accommodation provisions, as this aligns with the council's homelessness relief duties. Based on the project of 60 households per annum, we would suggest reserving funds of 100,000 for this provision. This figure is deliberately set at a high-end circulation because of the existing temporary accommodation pressures this year has meant that a bed and breakfast expenditures are already much higher than the previous years. The council can only recover around a third of bed and breakfast costs for those in full benefits and in a room at a travel lodge for a single person, but basically around £75 per night. I'll stop there, Mayor, and I'll answer your question. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. Councillor Bick.
Question 2.
There we are, got it. I think it was just in hibernation mode. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, with your agreement, I just wanted to explain briefly before I answer the question why the answer is going to be partial, if that's okay. Because the combined authority is responsible for the submission of expression of interest bids for investment zones, and they have advised us that these bids are currently confidential. In that circumstance, it is extremely difficult for me to answer Councillor Bick's question fully, and I would like the Chamber and the watching public to be aware of that, and also to be aware that Councillor Bick was told this in advance. Mr. Mayor, you've said on numerous occasions that councillors can just send an email or pick up the phone if they have a query, and that's absolutely correct. And I just want to put on record that I would have been very happy to extend my full support for Councillor Bick as opposition leader were he to have requested a confidential meeting with myself and or the Chief Executive, where he could have asked in confidence all the questions that he wanted to. So I'm afraid that the Chamber will need to accept a partial answer from me now, and I do apologise for that. So, whether to support initial expressions of interest being submitted. And I have to say, that wasn't an easy decision by any means. Politically, the temptation would have been to have refused to have had anything to do with them. to make a blanket statement immediately. Political kudos all round. Hurrah. But we are running the middle of one of the toughest times it's ever faced. And making a blanket statement at the start would have meant pulling out of the process before we got to find out whether the scheme might be made to work for Cambridge, and pulling out regardless of the nature or quality of the bids that might be submitted. Therefore, like many other councils across the country, we have given very cautious support to some expressions of interest we think may benefit the city. And we have made it absolutely clear that our willingness to allow bids to proceed to further discussion is contingent on no relaxation of planning rules, no relaxation of environmental rules, no changes to workers' rights, and beyond that, a clear demonstration of social value and benefit to the community of any bid that goes forward. And if we don't get the reassurance we want, we will simply withdraw that support. This is just about staying in the system long enough to work out whether this will have value for our city. Because if we can make even a half-baked government scheme work for Cambridge, then we have a responsibility as the city's leaders to look at that. I'm not planning to stand here today and justify the failing attempts to prop up a failing economy by a failing government. But neither will I make easy political statements at the expense of our residents' jobs or our residents' well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vick.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. Great. Thank you. This is all very mystifying, Mr. Mayor. A large number of councils have put out press releases identifying the sites in which they are supporting expressions of interest, and others have stated publicly that they are supporting no sites in their area. Expressions of interest, as Councillor Smith said, the government has invited them. They must have the support of the relevant local planning authority. We are a local planning authority. It is surely for the leader here to decide whether she wants to be transparent about this, and it's not up to anyone else whether she should be transparent about it. Other councils have not had the same difficulty she has to be transparent. The knowledge, however, that support has been given to expressions of interest will be astonishing to people in the city. It is quite clear that all of the messaging around these investment zones is that they are designed to make development happen in places where it might not otherwise happen, not to lower the bar in places like Cambridge, where developers are really falling over themselves to develop. The zones are already highly controversial to everyone defending environmental concerns and interests. So does the leader agree that the people of Cambridge will find it odd, what she has just said, that the council has supported some investment zones, and when will she be transparent and accountable about which ones they are?
You, Councillor Bick. The investment zone expressions of interest are coordinated by the combined authority. They have made that recommendation to us. We were talking earlier about working together effectively. That's part of that. We're not going to break the confidence when it's been requested to us. I would be delighted to be able to share more as soon as I can. It's also really nice when you get a follow-up question where you just get to be able to repeat what you said in your first answer, because I have made it absolutely clear to allow bids to proceed to further discussion is contingent on no relaxation of planning rules, no relaxation of environmental rules, no changes to workers' rights, and a clear demonstration of social value and benefit to the community. And I believe that as a responsible council, in times of extreme crisis, we would be foolish and playing politics, simply around and not proceed until we know more about what these schemes are about. And if these schemes do any of the things that we've said we don't want them to, we will simply pull out our support as the planning authority at that stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Hogg.
Question 3, please.
Lovely, thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Houck. I'm going to start with some background on the issues currently affecting the library and community centre. If Councillor Davey was still with us in the chamber, he would have taken this question. Obviously, he's has responsibility for property, but in his absence, I'm happy to answer on his behalf. Councillor Bird may wish to come in on some of the housing-related issues. There has been an ongoing issue, as we know, with the heating and hot water system at Clay Farm. The City Council has responsibility for the building as a whole, and within that, for that particular system. Our contractors have been working hard on this issue, as I'm sure you know, for quite some time now, but haven't yet managed to fully resolve it. The result is that the heating and hot water system is operating, but is prone to cutting out. We now have twice daily visits, 7 days a week, to check the status and reset as necessary. Obviously, that isn't ideal and that isn't something that is sustainable beyond the short term. The heating and hot water system for the building as a whole is a complex system, includes a combined heat and power system, boiler, and a building management system. And we're now bringing all parties together to establish the best way forward and to get this issue resolved once and for all. And I'm sure that all relevant members, including ward councillors, will be kept up to date. Thank you.
Councillor Holt,
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor and Councillor Collis, for this description of the problem. The Clay Farm Centre is obviously not just a centre for the local community, but for the whole south of Cambridge and beyond. It hosts events for parents with babies, toddlers, children, adults, and the elderly. And as we've heard many times in this forum, there are not many other amenities around in the new developments of Trumpington, so the Clay Farm Centre is really central for the local community and beyond. And the recent reports of broken boilers and leaking pipes, even in the GP surgery, and also today we saw some pictures actually among ourselves where there was a floor full of water, obviously due to the heavy rainfalls, are not only tragic for the residents who live and work there, it will also put people off visiting the centre. Leaking and leaking pipes in the communal areas of the centre, like the library and the cafe during the winter months, would be a disaster for the whole community and, of course, centre staff. This will be particularly important over this winter when people will be looking for warm space and community support more than ever. Partners meetings were planned to happen quarterly before COVID, but have not convened since then. Isn't it time now for officers to reconvene these meetings as a matter of urgency and include local councillors in rebuilding good relationships? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Yes, we absolutely recognise the importance of the centre for the community in that area. I have stressed in my previous answer the action being taken to resolve the issues. We particularly recognise the sort of importance of these in winter. As you mentioned, people are going to be using the centre perhaps a lot more because they're looking for warm places to be. Specifically, I think on the part of your question about maintaining the centre and the library as a warm, welcoming space, the community services team are keeping the situation with the heating system under review. If it breaks down for a prolonged period or, there are additional issues, we're going to move that part of the Warm Spaces programme to an alternative venue whilst the damage or, the issue is made good. We're currently making inquiries with appropriate venues so that we do have a contingency plan in place so that service to the community isn't interrupted. If that happens, and we are doing our best to ensure that that isn't the case, then community development and Clay Farm staff will still be supporting Trumpington residents at the Warm Spaces sessions in alternative venues. On the partner meetings, I will follow that up for you. I will speak to Councillor Davey. I think he's probably the appropriate councillor to address that, but I will address that with him when he's back. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Collis. Councillor Carling.
Thank you. Question number 4, please.
Well, my most important message is to encourage as many people as possible to take part in the consultation. We in the city absolutely want to hear every view from everyone who lives, works or visits here, and I know that other GCP members will be showing the same interest, because we are listening. No decision has been made beyond going to consultation. This consultation matters hugely, and we will be listening to all the responses. And we are working hard to make sure that as many people as possible respond. I also want being proposed. So I have to say, deciding to go to consultation with a scheme like this, which is so important and will have such an impact, is not a decision anyone took lightly. As a city group, we going to consultation on one of those days in July when it was 40 degrees out in a Zoom meeting because it was too hot to go outside, most of us with our doors and windows shut because the hot air outside was hotter than the air inside. And it really brought home to all of us the climate crisis we're facing. And we felt that people in Cambridge deserved to have the debate rather than us trying to second guess what they thought and then tell them. None of us in our group would have agreed that a scheme could come forward at all if it hadn't been for some of the important features of that proposal. And key to the whole thing is buses first, because for too many people there is currently no option but to run a car because our public transport simply isn't good enough. I've been in that position myself, so I know how important it is that before anything else happens, the buses will be sorted. And the proposals make that incredibly clear. The proposals also cover a large number of exemptions and exceptions which are built in, including for the disabled, the immunocompromised and people on low incomes. But I'd want to come back to the key point. Please get involved because we are listening. Thank you.
Councillor Carlin, follow up.
Thank you very much. Obviously, we're going to see a large debate across Cambridge on what the city access proposals should look like in their final form over the course of this consultation. Would the leader agree that having mature debates around big issues like this is made very challenging by virtue of having a shambolic government in Westminster undermining confidence in all politicians amongst the public, and that the only solution to that is to have an immediate general election?
We spent the evening talking about some of the grown-up decisions we've got to make over the next few months. And so many of us have talked this evening about the vital importance of a functioning central government and the impact that poor government choices have on us all. And we're never going to get a government showing any interest in things that really matter to our residents, while this utter shambles of a Tory government is in power at Westminster. We have an utterly unstable government which has abandoned everything outside of the interests of a handful of MPs. And I think this goes, to be honest, well beyond the party political. I don't believe there's anyone in this city who doesn't want to be rid of this situation right now. A government which the problems facing our residents here in Cambridge: travel, the cost of living crisis, fuel these problems, which parted while we locked down and then declared the pandemic over without making proper provision for the clinically vulnerable, which imposed cuts, caused the pound to plummet, wiping out pensions and mortgage offers and adding to the financial hardships of so many. The impact of this government on our residents is huge, and you're absolutely right. They are not having those grown-up debates at Westminster level. Everything is just in stasis, and it isn't good enough. It is a complete shambles. So I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say that we in Cambridge demand a general election now. And I'm sure I speak for the majority of this chamber when I say that I hope it's a Labour government.
Councillor McPherson.
Question number 5, please.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Today it was reported by the Department for Education that GCSE grades gap for disadvantaged pupils in England are the widest they've been in a decade. Students eligible for free school meals had GCSE results on average half a grade lower than children from better off backgrounds. And this is the widest gap since 2011 to 12. And the gap with children for special education needs is wider than that. On top of this, those from the most disadvantaged backgrounds may not have had opportunities in extracurriculars to develop transferable skills such as problem solving, creativity, communication, and interpersonal skills. Many people in Cambridge equate the city with fantastic research, learning, and everything that's going on in the world-leading universities and education institutions. However, while many residents benefit from this, we're also working really hard to ensure that all have access to opportunities, especially at times like now, where many are facing real difficulties. One of our recently launched programs across Cambridge and Peterborough is the Region of Learning. This is a project that, through our wonderful library cards, we connect young people with opportunities to develop their skills in the city. The platform that has been designed will target specific groups, including young people and those who are from less advantaged backgrounds or furthest away from the labour market. We'll then work with local businesses through the Region of Learning who can tailor entry-level opportunities to those who are looking for ways into the job market in the city. In doing so, we're able to support those who are most disadvantaged and our youngest residents long into the future. The skills they gain then are attached as badges on their library cards and can be transferred onto CVs to help them with their careers. And we've already got some great organisations signed up, Kettle's Yard, Wising Arts Centre, the University of Cambridge, and ourselves as a council too. These skills then lead onto a pathway to connect them with jobs in various sectors of the city. It's important that local institutions and businesses that play a large role in our city give back to the residents. Councillor Howard mentioned this earlier. And we really need to harness the work that the many successful businesses in our city
It's 2
have.
minutes, Councillor Gilderdale, so...
Thank you for that, Councillor. I had, in fact, no further questions, but however, if you're allowed to carry on under that ruling, then that's fine by me, but I'm not sure if you are.
Well, just to say that it's great to see that this collaborative work going on, and if anyone would like more information, any businesses want to get involved, I'm really happy to talk about it. There's a briefing on Monday for councillors, so please come along and ask more questions. It's a really wonderful project. Thank you.
Question 6, but we got a different question to put it forward. Councillor? Yeah.
Question 6, please.
Thank you. So the council actually carry out a feasibility study into the technical and financial feasibility of a district heat network in the city centre. It's not specific to the Market Square, it's this whole city centre. This builds on an earlier study which identified the city centre as one of the areas potentially suited to a district heat network due to the concentration of heat demand. This is a shared project with Cambridge University, and I'm delighted that we've secured government grant funding to explore this potential for what could be a transformational contribution to decarbonising the city. This feasibility study was initially conceived thinking of just ours and Cambridge University's open spaces. However, since we already have a project to renovate the Market Square, which will include digging up and relaying the floor, it makes absolute sense to include it within the scope of the feasibility study. The Market Square is also close to many buildings which will be very difficult to retrofit, as we know, such as the Guildhall and Corn Exchange. We do, however, expect the feasibility study to consider the potential for expansion into other areas of the city, including residential areas.
Thanks, Howard.
Thank you for your response. Could you clarify whether those additional residential places would extend to, for example, Abbey Pools, as mentioned in the question, given that it is already part of a proposal as part of this East Barmore Centre project to do a significant amount of redevelopment on the Abbey Pools site, and therefore it's a natural place where, as you suggest the Market Square would be, I would argue a better place in Abbey, given the architecture, given the historical nature of the underground of the Market Square, and also I imagine if it's just the surface of Market Square, then it's not going to be particularly deep, whereas a full redevelopment of Abbey Pools will be pretty deep into the ground there, and the more obvious reason to consider the Abbey Pools site would be that it's right next to the Abbey's Leisure Centre, which also has a significant heat demand, and as I understand it, after 2024, will come under the council's emissions and therefore take in account of 2030 targets. But in addition, and maybe more importantly, it's right next to a significant body of residential housing, much of which is some of the least well insulated in the city, and therefore would benefit significantly from a social justice perspective for having such a scheme installed there.
Thank you. As I said, this is a project looking into the city centre. It's run with Cambridge City Council and we are Cambridge City Council. It's run with Cambridge University. We've got government grant funding to run a feasibility study to look at the opportunities for having a district heat network in the city centre. Just because we've got this one project doesn't mean that we can't look at other projects too. We've been, because the leisure centres are our biggest emitters as a city council, we've been looking at and working on reducing their emissions, and we've done a lot of work on them. Some of it will be coming through in the next year, and we hope to see real reductions in the emissions from those. But we are looking at the possibility of having other underground heating and other district heat networks. As I say, we hope within this project we'll be able to see whether that one can expand, but this is a very particular targeted project. The buildings that we have, the one that we're in, the Corn Exchange, obviously the university has a lot of buildings that would be very difficult to retrofit and to reduce their carbon footprint. This is just one targeted project. I hope in the not too distant future we'll find that it's possible to have a district heat network underneath the whole of the city.
And the last question, Councillor Pagecroft.
To the 7, please.
So this council actively engages residents, businesses and organisations on the climate crisis and how each and every one of us can reduce our carbon emissions. Local businesses make a significant contribution to our emissions as a city, and the latest available estimates are that industrial and commercial sectors accounted for 21% of Cambridge's carbon emissions. The City Council is 1%, just to put that into perspective. So we're doing quite a bit of work. This includes providing £156,000 in green business grants to 18 Cambridge businesses this year for practical measures such as solar PV, heat pumps, electric bike and various other energy efficiency measures. Subject to funds being confirmed by government, which we hope to get next month, the council has included a £220,000 net zero advice and grant programme for 2023 and 24 as part of its Sharing Prosperity Fund. This will help small to medium-sized businesses reduce their carbon footprint, lower energy costs, which obviously at the best of times is good for important to keep small businesses going. We have been funding Cambridge Carbon Footprint to develop and promote the Cambridge Climate Charter. This has held 2 events for SMEs, and also we have the City Leaders Climate Change Group, and our one last December, following COP26, we had 50 representatives from major businesses, institutions and organisations across the city working together and taking action to reduce carbon emissions in the city.
Councillor Pagecroft.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've done a lot in the past encouraging companies to keep the door shut, etc., in the winter. And with the energy crisis, could we not just encourage them to turn the lights off at night so that we don't have offices lit up, we don't have shops lit up at night, wasting all that electricity? Because, you know, what are they going to do if we do have power cuts? They'll have no lighting. I know they do it for security reasons, but we've all got to. I mean, we've all got to do it. us as residents, so why can not offices and some of the bigger shops not just turn the lights off? Thank you.
That'll be part of the things that are encouraged by the number of projects that I've mentioned. Also, we use a range of communication channels. For example, in 2020 and 21, we sent a fly around on corporate social responsibility to all Cambridge businesses when we sent out letters about business rates. So we are speaking to businesses ourselves, as I say, through these other groups. But in the two examples that you've raised on lights and doors, keeping the doors open, I would have thought that actually in these times, obviously it's a terrible cost of living crisis, we don't want it, but presumably it will push some businesses to take action like that themselves without thinking about the benefits to carbon reduction, but just on saving their own energy. We also signpost businesses to a range of other organisations providing support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. That concludes oral questions. We now move on to motions to the council, and I'd just like to point out we're at 9:20, and I will be asking the question at 10:30 about how we're going. So the finishing line is in sight, and it's now within our own hands as to how long we debate some of the motions for. So on the motions for debate, the mover and the seconder have up to 10 minutes between them. The proposer and the seconder of amendment have up to 10 minutes between them. The relevant executive councillor and the mover of the original motion have 3 minutes right of reply in that order. And Democratic Services Manager will keep me in check as to making sure I'm doing the right things. I call on Councillor Brick to move motion 7A, and I understand that Councillor Anna Smith is to second, and you have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Brick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to stress that this is a rare joint motion coming from both sides of this chamber, and I am grateful for the openness to cooperate which has made it possible. We're looking at the living proof in our area of how a purely commercial bus service is not sustainable. The cutbacks announced by Stagecoach are just the latest twist in the downward spiral that kind of bus network ultimately means. It has in truth been going on for years. It is just not good enough for people who today depend on buses in their daily lives. Even at its current reduced level, people are depending on services to connect with the necessities and the opportunities of life. Sixth form study, trips to the shops, getting to work, making a hospital appointment, meeting up with friends. Typically, these are people without independent transport. That explains the anger and the pain behind the reaction to Stagecoach's bus cutbacks. People planning their lives around a vital service that all of a sudden just isn't there, which is critical to the social fabric. It's good news to hear that the Mayor of the Combined Authority, Nick Johnson, is making good progress in saving these routes. We support him in that and hope that solutions can be found for all of the endangered routes. But this will at best be a patchwork solution, and we know that remaining government support to operators during the pandemic is intended to end soon, potentially threatening more services. That is why we need a longer-term, stable, more accountable solution around which people can plan their lives with some certainty. The hugely expanded role we need buses to play in our future. To address the congestion problem, which will otherwise only get worse as new homes and jobs come on stream. To reduce carbon emissions from transport in our climate crisis, transport being the largest emitter in Greater Cambridge. To cut air pollution, which increases early mortality. To help us to recover our vehicle-dominated public realm for people and active travel, walking and cycling. Buses remain our route to improve and democratise mobility and access in the face of all those challenges. We need a bus service, which is the go-to mainstream option, like public transport is in London. One important enabler for this is to replace the current commercial free-for-all with a franchising regime, which provides public accountability. This can be put in place by the combined authority and the mayor, and it is important we encourage them to go there, and we are pleased to hear that they are willing. Franchising is not a solution in itself, but any other solution will be less effective without it. To really turn this round, we must look at the proposals that the Greater Cambridge Partnership is making in its Making Connections consultation, and you should have all had this on your seats today. Their consultation opened this week. These proposals offer an approach for a complete reinvention of local bus services by tackling the twin obstacles. One, space on the road to enable the speed and reliability that passengers need from a true mainstream travel option. And two, funding to support reduced fares and a massive expansion of services, embracing more routes, including more direct ones, and greatly extended frequency and hours of operation. The proposals, both the bus service improvements and the road user charge, are rooted in the 4 successive stages of public consultation that have already taken place, including the country's first citizens' assembly on transport policy. Each time helping to refine the design of the package that is put out to consultation now. Measures like these provide many people directly identifiable benefits in what they do or would like to do anyway. But for some people, they do call for a change in patterns of their travel behaviour, and we must understand that this understandably causes concerns. The proposals which are now published ought to be the basis of working through those concerns. Certainly, the benchmark for considering a bus trip instead of a car trip to avoid incurring the road user charge should not be the current bus service, which we would all agree, I think, is unlikely to provide a good answer. It is the transformed service made possible by the whole package, involving a doubling of the pre-COVID service, and details are to be found in this consultation documentation. It's important to be aware that no immediate change would be prompted, as full road charging would not start for 5 years, during which the bus service improvements would be put in place, a very lengthy transition. It is also important to know that there are a series of exemptions, discounts and reimbursements from the proposed charge, and feedback in the consultation is invited on those too. The consultation is vital because it's important to focus on what is actually proposed, not what people think might have been proposed, and there is plenty of misinformation around. At the end of the day, the possibility of changing your travel pattern is an individual matter. It's a pragmatic, not an ideological question. And we want people to consider this earnestly, because if we carry on as before, we will solve few of the city's current and future problems, about which there is actually little disagreement. We need the input from the travelling public to get this right. This motion stretches from the failures of today's precarious bus service to a potential future approach that is sustainable in all senses of the word. At its heart, it offers a vision of something different and something better for Cambridge. In this, we need people's help, and that will benefit from the encouragement that members of this council can, and I hope will, give to everyone in the city to participate in this consultation exercise to make it an accurate and thorough reflection of how people see what's on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beck. Councillor Smith, do you wish to speak? I'll reserve your right. You've got 2.5 minutes.
I'll reserve my right.
Right. Any debate? Yeah, Carling. Councillor Carling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. What Stagecoach have done is horrendous. Government funding would have allowed them to continue all their services, but they took the funding and refused to do so anyway. And that exemplifies the fundamental problem with having buses run in our city for private profit. This motion asks us to support measures by our Labour Mayor, Nick Johnson, to protect the bus services that Stagecoach has decided to withdraw. And as of yesterday, those measures have yielded immensely positive results. As yesterday, the Combined Authority Board approved the outcomes of a tendering process for new contracts with new operators, and quotes have been received to cover nearly all of those lost routes. The speed that the Combined Authority has moved with to ensure these routes are maintained is commendable and reflects the urgency of the situation. This is a massive success for all of us and goes to show that we are working to support our residents and will never let the greed of private companies lead to reductions in the public services we need. I know we've all heard in particular from local schools and sixth form colleges whose students would have been left unable to travel in each day without these services. I was still a sixth form student myself just under 3 years ago, and I know how horrendous the uncertainty must have been for those students, which is one of the reasons I'm so pleased we have stepped in and are addressing the issue. But we of course need to go further. This solution is welcome and is addressing the immediate problem, but the fundamental issue of bus services in our city being run for private profit remains. That is why franchising our bus services, as our Labour Mayor Nick Johnson has expressed an intent to do, is so essential. And as the motion says, that is one of the reasons we need to encourage our residents to get involved with the GCP's Making Connections consultation around the City Access Scheme, as such a scheme has the potential, if done right, to synergise with that concept of franchising to deliver services genuinely run for the benefit of the people in this city. Thank you.
Councillor Pagecroft.
Thank you, Mayor. The son that I spoke about earlier, I have to get the number 25 circular bus to Trumpington and back. This takes about 10-15 minutes. There is talk about stopping this bus eventually. When this happens, it means then I'm going to have to get a bus into town and then the park and ride to Trumpington, which is about an hour's journey. And also there'll be no buses stopping at Addenbrooke's because the number 25 stops there at the bus station. Also, my sister lives in Cottenham and they have no buses at all, anywhere in the week. There used to be one a day, but there is nothing. We really have got to stop this monopoly of Stagecoach and put it out to tender, get a few more buses run there because this is ridiculous. I left my house at 4:30 to get here and I got here at 6:15 tonight. This is trying to catch a bus to get here. That is not acceptable.
Thank you, Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm incredibly glad to see this really important motion being brought forward by both of our parties, and thank you to Councillor Smith for her support in this and working with Councillor Vick. Stagecoach's deplorable cuts to the bus services just at this really critical moment that we're launching the GCP consultation about how we improve the bus system couldn't be worse timed. And I'm certainly finding from residents who we're speaking to about the consultation that it's really weakened the public confidence in the ability to do anything different to the bus services and to improve them. This is also not the first cut that our residents have had to go through. So last year, as an example from my ward, the City 5 bus, which goes out along Huntingdon Road, was cut from 6 journeys an hour down to 2, and I'm sure there are other examples across the city. So actually, this isn't the first cut. We've been putting up with an ever-worsening service for a very long time. Although I know we here are all united in working hard for and hoping that the Sustainable Travel Zone plans will come forward with much better outcomes for public transport in Cambridgeshire, we clearly also need to stop the decay that's happened now. We were really pleased to see that Mayor Nick Johnson included bus franchising within his manifesto. However, a year later, there is still no progress, and I would ask that he really does need to get a move on to look at introducing a broader variety of types of buses and routes of buses to sit alongside Stagecoach and break this dependency we've developed with them. It was in his manifesto, but a year later, still nothing has happened. Our chaplain's address this evening talked about leadership and using your influence to do right, and I think that's something we all need to do in encouraging residents to respond to the consultation, to understand the complexity of it, But also, I think we from our side would certainly ask Mayor Nick to use his considerable influence to do the right thing and bring forward his manifesto with promises on bus franchising. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pora? No? Or Councillor Hoke?
Mr. Mayor, I want Cambridge to be a city where nobody needs a car. It is tragically ironic that especially people on low incomes need a car or think they need a car because they cannot get to work otherwise and because public transport is currently so expensive. I had a car once for a few years, and after I got rid of it, I could finally put money in my savings account. Not needing a car, or maybe I should have bought a better car, but even so, not needing a car can save you thousands of pounds a year, which you can easily spend on the odd taxi or rental car if you need it. Too many people still think my car is my castle. It should be the ethos of Cambridge. It should be in Cambridge's DNA that we can do it without a car here. We are not congesting our streets. We are not polluting our air if we can help it. And we can help it, but we have to fund our public transport system properly. That's why I'm going to support this motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Davis? I'd just like to remind people time is ticking away, so I don't want to stop democracy and people speaking, but I remind you of what I said earlier, the rules later on will mean we'll have a motion that we'll just vote on maybe with no debate. So I would ask people if they want to speak, then make sure it's concise to allow we have proper debate on all the motions that came forward tonight. I can see you looking puzzled, Councillor. That's the Constitution I've been advised on, and I read it out earlier on, and I'll read it later on.
Thank you. We're very conscious of the importance of this motion, and we support it. I personally, as a councillor for a ward which has both Addenbrooke's Hospital in it and educational establishments educating approximately 50% of the county's A-level students. I'm very well aware of the impact of any loss of bus service. Councillor Patercroft mentioned the 25, which is the connection that was put in between Trumpington and Queen Edith's as a planning commitment for the development in Trumpington, and I think it reflects particularly badly on Stagecoach that that's one of the services which they have flagged for withdrawal. And I think we full-heartedly encourage the sentiment about getting every resident to say their piece about the making connections consultation. There is, as we know, a huge head of steam about this in the public, and it is important that this consultation is genuinely felt to be neutral and, as we've heard several times this evening, approached in a listening mode.
Councillor Smart.
Chair. And with all due respect, Chair, I think this is a very important issue, and obviously lots of us councillors want to represent our residents and speak about it.
Councillor Smart, I didn't say you couldn't speak. I encourage people to speak. What I said was we have other motions going on where people might not be able to fully debate. So I'm not trying to stop people speaking on this important motion.
Thank you. Let's get my thoughts together. So Stagecoach, nobody would support what they've done, no right-thinking person. I'm not sure Stagecoach is really the problem here, though I think probably any commercial company might do some similar thing. I remember back in the 2015 onwards when we were doing Milton Road in King's Hedges, and we were meeting, I think, on a regular basis of every Tuesday, I think residents, councillors, officers, etc., to get Milton Road done in the way that residents would like it to be done, and so on. And Andy Campbell, the then director of Stagecoach, came along to these meetings, or at least some of them. And, I hope he's having a good retirement, by the way. But even though it was public funds that were going to support the bus lanes that are now being built, and so on, because a lot of it was about the bus lanes. It wasn't really he, because it's his shareholders and his company, callously said at those meetings that any routes that didn't make money would be cut. Now that's capitalism in action, and I think that's the problem. It's capitalism, not socialism, that's the root cause here, and what we need is a bus company or buses that serve the people, not a few shareholders. We've seen throughout the city bus services cut all over the place over the years, just when they don't make money, and it seems to me it's very similar to what Beeching did a long time ago to the railways, and that sort of approach to a service just can't be successful. In the end, it's going to kill the service, and people will look to another way to get around, like the motor vehicle. So all I can say is that let's get this right, and whoever provides the service, whether it's Stagecoach or another company or whatever series of companies, let's get a bus service that is fit for purpose in Cambridge, because that's what we badly need.
Councillor Smart. Councillor Lee.
In the context of the Making Connections consultation, Stagecoach's decision to reduce service is an unfortunate reminder of the inadequacy of this city and this region's bus services. We know the consultations provoke strong reactions both for and against, but the one thing that is universally agreed upon is that the bus service needs to vastly improve in order to realise the full transformative potential of this scheme. Sadly, there is little confidence in Stagecoach being fit to run our local bus service, nor does their track record suggest they would be able to, and these cuts in service confirm this. What seems to quite often get lost in the debate over the consultation is the impact the sustainable travel area could have on the area in terms of fairness. We know that Cambridge is an expensive place to live. We are set to debate the cost of living crisis and the housing crisis later this evening. Improved public transport across the greater Cambridge area could positively impact those without cars in Cambridge and people commuting into Cambridge for the better. A good public transport system, an affordable public transport system, is the best outcome for a fairer city. The cuts in services highlights the unfairness of a poor bus service and the status quo that the status quo represents. Unfortunately, this often falls upon the poorest and those who are not financially independent, young people who are unable to get to college for their education, those who can't afford to drive, and those who can no longer get to work in the city as a result. What this serves as is a powerful demonstration of how dangerous it is to rely on private enterprise to provide public services for profit. Sometimes services need to be run at a loss. I strongly support this motion and hope that Mayor Nick Johnson will take this issue as seriously as it deserves to be, and seriously consider franchising bus services in the area to combat inequality in the area and provide Cambridge with the first-class bus service it deserves. Thank
you. Councillor Lee. Councillor Bagent.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. Could be quite long, I think. Know quite a bit about this. Not been a good year for capitalism, really, has it? I mean, we see the party of capital fail. We've seen Stagecoach fail. No doubt other things will be failures too. I'd like just to mention a couple of points. Franchising, we are lucky. We have a Labour mayor. We will be franchising the buses, if I'm going to be really positive about this. Couldn't be done earlier because until this new scheme comes on board, it's not big enough to franchise. So we really do need this new scheme. There are no ifs and buts. Cost of living crisis, which is going to be hurting everybody, will particularly hit the poor. Now, there's no poor people in this chamber, but there are a lot of poor people in Cambridge. There are people that cannot afford to drive cars. There are people that will not be able to afford to drive cars. And this bus service at £1 a journey across this city will be helping people. It will be massive to people who can't move about. So the £1 fare is a fantastic thing. The £2 fare for the people out of town coming in, again, is a massive thing. To travel from Haverhill to Cambridge for £2 is a wonderful thing. A bus every 10 minutes on the busy routes. You won't be waiting for hours at a bus stop. There will be one every 10 minutes. And the great thing about this scheme is that we have the money, or the GCP has the money, to make this work. Nobody has ever ploughed pro rata this amount of money into a bus scheme. There's maps. a very interactive set of maps. You need to look at them and you can see what was and what is going to be. It's all on the GCP front page. So thank you to the Mayor. He stepped in and saved us. And I almost thought that Stagecoach were trying to help the plan that is being proposed, because they've made people stand back and see what it would be like without buses reaching out to the villages. So my plea to everybody is to go out and talk to your residents and get them to fill in this questionnaire. If they don't like things, then they must tell us, because there can be adjustments made. Don't just put no because you don't like it. What you put is, I would prefer it to be done this way, and we will listen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bacon. Councillor Bennett.
I'm sorry, Matt, I wasn't going to speak, but I think I really have to. It's not about people liking it or not liking it. There's nobody in my ward who actually believes it's deliverable. If people want to deliver this, what they have to do is explain how it's going to be different. Most people don't understand what franchising means. People need to know that there is going to be control and guarantees. It's not that they don't like the thought of a £1 bus to Haverhill. They don't believe it's deliverable. People who are using the bus regularly know that we're getting something like a 40% cancellation rate at the moment. Stagecoach doesn't have the drivers. They don't even have the buses. We all know about the supply problems abroad, which affect the bus supply. This isn't about asking people what they want, it's about convincing people that we can actually underpin the delivery and it's a realistic proposal. And I'm sorry if that's not welcome, but that's the truth. Thank you.
Any other councillors? Oh, Councillor.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I take your point, Councillor Bennett, that delivery and believability are key issues. They're the same for my residents. But the thing is, can we afford to do nothing at all? Can we have an opportunity here? And what I'm going to say is to all residents, share on the consultation your experience and where there are the gaps, where there are the problems. I mean, I stood waiting for a bus for almost an hour and somebody had to ring their daughter to get a lift for herself and someone who needed to get over to East Cambridge on 2 buses. And I live on a relatively good bus route. So what I'd be urging is to say to people, and I have been asked this, please share your current experiences and what you need in this consultation. Thank you.
Other councillors before I go to the right. So, Councillor Smith, you reserved your right.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I might roll this into my right of reply as leader,
I'll just point out, because Mr. Biggs said Councillor Biggs said you were doing it as like almost a shared motion. So I presume Councillor Bick is quite happy that you have the same amount of time as Councillor Bick had doing it. So yeah.
Sorry, and I've just moved my notes. Well, I think it's an incredibly important sign of this city's commitment to high quality and sustainable public transport that the leader of the council and the leader of the main opposition group can stand together on this motion. And that we can do so knowing we stand alongside the Rainbow Coalition at County and the Labour Combined Authority Mayor Nick Johnson. And we stand in full support of the work that Nick is doing to address public transport issues, in stark contrast, I have to say, with the failed efforts of his Tory predecessor. And I should also say that Nick has, of course, seen this motion and is supportive of it. So the situation is completely appalling, and we all agree that. I mean, Stagecoach cherry-picked the routes that make money and ditched the routes that didn't. And even worse, as has been alluded to, our Mayor Nick had negotiated a 6-month extension to the bus recovery grants at Stagecoach's request before they cut the services, and yet they still cut the services. So we have students not being able to get into college, we have workers not being able to get into work, we have shoppers not being able to get into the city, we have more people forced into their cars during a climate and a cost of living crisis when fuel prices have rarely been higher. Now, as many of you will know, I taught and led in Cambridge schools and sixth form centres for 18 years, specialising in sixth form students throughout. So I know how difficult it is at the best of times for young people from outside of Cambridge to get to Cambridge for their sixth form and FE college study, and for Cambridge students to get out to the sixth forms and FE colleges outside of Cambridge too. And I can only imagine the potential impact of these cuts on the futures of so many young people. And I think it's really telling when you hear colleges like Hills Road and Long Road going to the press and talking about this, because they don't tend to do that on this kind of issue. It shows how important it is. So I know that all of us in the chamber would want to extend our thanks to Dr. Nick Johnson for the leadership that he has shown on this. I understand that so far, of the 18 cut routes have been saved, and I hugely welcome that. I also welcome the hard work that Nick is doing to ensure the survival of the services in the longer term. And that very much includes his often stated public commitment to bus franchising and the lobbying work he's doing to convince whatever's left of the government to fund his plans. And on that point, I do want to remind Councillor Payne that this is a joint motion. And we did not agree to co-sponsor this motion in order to encourage the Mayor to get a move on. On the contrary, Dr. Nick, for the incredibly hard work he's putting in place here. And it's disingenuous, to be frank, to imply that he's been stalling on this. Stagecoach's actions are appalling. But it's not just them who need to take responsibility. We have a government which has consistently and chronically underfunded sustainable transport. A government which, as we said so many times this evening, is chronically unstable and which has no interest in doing anything apart from serving the narrow interests of whoever happens to be Prime Minister this week. We need proper bus funding, but we need more than that. We need to end a system where private operators can act like this. The funding is not to go straight into the hands of private companies with zero accountability. The government needs to make it as easy as possible for combined authorities to bus franchise, and that includes helping to provide the funding for that. So I want to finish by once again thanking Dr. Nick Johnson, our Combined Authority Mayor, for his leadership on this issue. Nick, Cambridge City Council gives you our full support in your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brick, do you want to say anything else?
Chair, very briefly, obviously a lot of people have spoken in this debate and it's difficult to refer to everyone, but I think it really has emphasised that there is a big consensus around the subject of this motion, specifically around our response to the Stagecoach cutbacks and specifically the question of franchising. On the question of the GCP consultation, I wanted to pick out two contributions from the debate, particularly Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood, who I believe absolutely expressed it exactly as I would put it, that we need granular responses in this feedback. We need people not necessarily to say they love it or they hate it, but to tell us what about it is going to make their life easier, leave their life the same, or would create a problem, because that is the information that is going to help us get this right. And to Councillor Bennett, I also understand that there is a big question in a lot of people's minds, based on their experience of the past with bus services, about deliverability. I think it is our role as elected representatives to try and support people in developing that confidence from all of the many materials that the GCP have put in the field in support of this consultation. As Councillor Bajan said, tell the GCP if they've got this right, tell the GCP if they haven't got this right, and equally important, how they could. The way the GCP is constructed means that if we don't agree, and the other party that wasn't mentioned is the Liberal Democrat-controlled South Cambridgeshire District Council, which is also part of this, if these councils and the parties on them don't agree, then nothing can happen. So we need consensus if we want to bring about positive change to our city, and it's really good that we can make that visible by the way that people will respond, hopefully, to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bick. I will now go to the vote on the motion. Can I see all those in favour?
That's unanimous.
The motion has been passed. The good news was that was the straightforward motion. People were now getting on to 5 to 10. The clock is ticking. I now call on Councillor Nessinger to move motion 7B. Can you advise who is your seconder?
Councillor Bick will second.
You have 10 minutes between you.
Thank you. The point of bringing this motion was and is to draw attention to the role played by the extraordinarily damaging form of Brexit chosen by the Conservative Party to the current cost of living. Chaos in Downing Street is in many ways serving as a distraction from the damage being done to this country, this city, and so many of our residents. The Downing Street soap opera may keep our news channels busy, but for all of those who are struggling to pay for food and housing, the fall in the value of the pound is no joke. For all of those waiting for NHS treatment, 6 million people or more, many in pain, the impact of Conservative policies is felt every day. Appointed by the amendment, as I had hoped there would be agreement in this chamber about this issue. Having spent the week in meetings where half the councillors present were Conservatives, having to defend the Labour mayor against their attacks and having to listen to their suggestions that people should get in their cars in response to cuts to services, I was hoping for some agreement and some sensible debate this evening, and I hope that will still be possible. And that this debate will not be hijacked to become a discussion about policies which predate Brexit. We can all go back to historical decisions and debate what could or should have been done differently. But I would like this debate to be about the damage that the Conservative hard Brexit is doing to our city right now, this coming winter year. So for our current situation, I want first to talk about inflation. In April 2016, the pound was at $1.50. That was a historically low level at the time, but since the referendum, it has fallen consistently and has never regained the lost ground completely. As energy costs are traded in dollars, this means that all the energy we buy is now around a quarter or a third more expensive simply as a result of the fall in the value of the pound. And as we know, energy costs spread to every other part of the economy, driving up costs of everything else. The currency impact alone would be enough to drive up inflation and make everyone in this country poorer. But the currency impact is one part of the Brexit impact on the cost of living. The increased barriers to trade, the increased bureaucracy connected with importing goods has also driven up the cost of food, meaning unavoidable increased costs for all of us as we all have to buy food. And there are other less visible ways in which the Conservative hard Brexit is having an impact every day, and especially on the most vulnerable. And one of these is the withdrawal of the recognition of professional qualifications. This was an issue which was raised time after time by the British Medical Association in the months of debate leading up to our exit from the EU. The British Medical Association warned again and again that failure to get professional recognition would lead to an appalling staff shortage in the NHS. They explained how many doctors and nurses and other medical professions from across Europe have, for 40 years, come to work and train in the UK, benefiting from learning in our large and well-integrated hospitals, then sometimes returning home with new skills or sometimes remaining to continue to work in the NHS. This pipeline of talent has dried up, and the 6 million people now on NHS waiting lists are paying the price. This were labelled Project Fear and denied during the Brexit debate, but we can all now see the consequences that were exactly as foretold. I know we cannot turn the clock back and that we cannot rejoin the EU anytime soon. But the first step to undoing the enormous damage caused by Brexit is to recognise the part that it is playing in our current dreadful situation. Unless we are willing to talk about the part played by that hard Brexit in the cost of living crisis, our low economic growth and staffing in the NHS, we will not take the steps towards the closer and better aligned relationship with the EU, which could do so much to solve these problems. By the amendment, as I think it waters down and distracts from the key aim of this motion, adding irrelevant issues. And I deliberately included Daniel Seitner and Keir Starmer because with the polls the way they are, the position of the Labour Party in our future relationship with Europe is going to be really important. I understand that members opposite might not want to put pressure on those people in particular, and if they had wanted to just delete those names, that would have been understandable. But adding so many other elements seems petty and divisive. To ask those members who put forward the amendment to rethink and withdraw their petty points, and I would certainly ask that those of us who agree that tackling the damage from Brexit is crucial to improving our economic situation support the motion unamended. Thank you.
Councillor Bigg, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I reserve my right.
You've got 4 minutes, 40 seconds left. Councillor Divkovic has given notice of an amendment, which is on page 35 of your information pack. Councillor Swift will second the amendment, and you have 10 minutes between you.
The party proposes the amendment to motion 7B regarding the cost of living crisis and the impact of Brexit. Members should have fully read the amendment, but to reiterate the main notable tenets of it. That all members agree upon the devastating impact of the recent decisions made by the Conservative government and former Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng, and the toll these decisions have had on the valuation of the pound and the costs for the majority of UK households. This has also been compounded with the energy crisis and the constraints on trade and migration arising from Brexit. We also note the risks of the second period of sustained austerity, which is greater than those austerity measures that were imposed under the previous coalition government. Austerity measures that caused so much hardship to many, particularly those most vulnerable in society. Surprisingly, the motion fails to mention the significant efforts made by this Labour Council in tackling the cost of living crisis and the support which has been and is available to residents during these increasingly difficult times. This is by no means an exhaustive list, but some examples include the support available for council tenants, whereby Estates and Facilities has identified a list of homes that are due to have insulation installed this winter. The support available to tenants of the private sector, whereby the council is organising a landlords forum meeting to discuss cost of living issues and grants available for energy efficiency. The Household Support Fund, and the council is reaching out to eligible pensioners for council tax reduction to receive their awards from Age UK. Touching on the energy rebate scheme, which is coming to an end, the council has made over 40,000 payments of the 150 energy rebate scheme at a total value of £6 million. There's also been partnership work with the community groups for food poverty and food justice to help support and prepare for the winter ahead. The Executive Councillor for Open Spaces, Food Justice and Community Development, Councillor Collis, will go into more detail regarding the heating and health programme and fuel. Only a Labour government is prepared to put tackling austerity at its forefront and will address the cost of living crisis to give our residents the certainty and the living that they deserve. In relation to Brexit, we would like to recognise the tremendous efforts of Daniel Zachner, MP, and the current Labour Party leader, Keir Starmer, who have been the most resolute in their support for European unity and the European project, which we all recognise as the world's most successful peacekeeping project. We do align in agreeing that Brexit is one of the key and persistent causes which has exacerbated the cost of living crisis unique to the UK. But I would also like to remind the Liberal Democrats that this Conservative government is also unique to the UK. It must be recognised that a Labour leadership would be central to achieving a closer relationship with the EU, which will tackle this cause to the cost of living crisis. I therefore recommend that you support the amendment and would like to thank Councillor Healy for her input on the issue. Thank you.
Councillor Swift, would you like to speak now or reserve your right? You'd have 6 minutes, 40 seconds.
I'd like to, this one, I'll continue. I'd like to second the proposed amendments made by my colleague, Councillor Eva Divkovic. Our Labour-led Cambridge City Council is fully committed to mitigating the worst effects of the cost of living crisis in our city, and our councillors are all actively involved in helping with initiatives ranging from food collection points to warm rooms and legal advice. And crucially, all this is underpinned by larger scale city council schemes. But with today's news of Liz Truss's departure casting yet more uncertainty on the future, it is more important than ever that the cost of living crisis is a long-term collective effort from all our councillors across the political spectrum. Brexit has had a negative impact on our country since 2016. This is ironic since Cambridge is one of the most Europhile cities in the UK, reflected on this side of the House where lots of councillors, as well as our MP Daniel Zachner, have actively campaigned for Remain and maintaining close ties with the European Union. But right now, the single most important responsibility for Labour, as His Majesty's official opposition, is to ensure the election of a Labour majority government in place of the Conservatives. Only in this way can we transform our relationship with the European Union. To succeed in forming a Labour government will require a huge reversal in our fortunes. It will need more than 150 constituencies that turned Tory in 2019 to switch directly back to Labour. And this will involve addressing Brexit. We must listen to our constituents in Cambridge and across the country. We must engage. We must never condescend. We must heal divisions in order to persuade those who voted for Brexit to support us as a party of government capable of rebuilding a positive relationship with the EU, the single market, and more broadly, supportive of the European project as a whole. It is for these reasons that I want to second Councillor Divkovic in proposing the amendments to City Councillors this evening. Thank you.
Oh, this is a silly question. Is there any debate? Councillor Bennett.
I'm sorry, Chair, but I've got a point of order. I thought we were only allowed to discuss a subject in motions after there'd been a 6-month gap. This amendment is trying to raise the cost of living crisis, which we discussed in full at the last full council meeting in July. I'm sorry, but this is out of order and against the Constitution. I accept that Councillor Divkovic and Swift are quite new, but somebody should have actually sort of asked them not to raise this amendment for that reason. Thank you.
Councillor Collis.
Point of order. I think the original motion mentioned the cost of living crisis and it was not posed by Councillor Divkovic and Councillor Swift. Thank you.
I can get confirmation of that. Councillor Nessinger, did you bring the cost of living into the motion?
It is in the motion. I believe it's in the 2 following motions as well.
Yeah. So the cost of living is being debated tonight, Councillor Bennett, and you will find, being a councillor, this happens on many occasions. So, Councillor who wanted to speak.
Councillor Ingrid. We can now all agree that this chaos started with Brexit. Since the referendum, we have not had stability. Stability is a very important word. Today, we all realize how important it is. The referendums, we had 5 prime ministers. The UK has the highest inflation of the G7 countries. At the moment, it's 10%. We are paying for the national debt more than Greece or Italy. Our economic performance has been flat. It's not growing. Quite frankly, I feel really sad. It's a humiliation, almost. Sadly, like we have seen today, we do not know the direction of the UK economy, except perhaps Northern Ireland, which has been a success story, making the best economy performance across all the UK. Therefore, there is a correlation between Britain leaving the EU and inflation. And as we know, who is paying for this? Mortgages, they're going up, high prices, cost of living, we have mentioned all that. But to put it in context, the United Kingdom has a uniqueness in this crisis that we are going through at the moment. And that is the shortage of labor for various reasons. What it means, we have more vacancies than people looking for work, putting enormous pressure on the pay council Bank of England to raise interest to curb inflation. Mr. Mayor, there is a taboo around Brexit, and I thank Councillor Nessingham for bringing this motion, because we need to talk about this. We need to debate it if we want to go forward. And we do that because we left without a plan, and we still don't have a plan, which is worse. More importantly, we need to decide what kind of model, economic model, we want to have in this country. But I recognize today that we are actually going through a democratic crisis, and we need to overcome this before anything else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Polk, Councillor Lee, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to briefly offer my personal experience on this issue. I mean, I came here over 20 years ago from an EU country, and I knew that they didn't have the euro here and that the pound was at that time relatively strong, and I would still have to show my passport at the border, which I was actually still used from the good old Europe. It was like visiting a neighbor or friend, maybe a slightly eccentric one. For example, they don't like coalitions here as much as we do at home. And I had to remind myself, actually, from time to time, that I was actually an immigrant. I certainly didn't feel like one, and I wasn't made to feel like one. Now, the country has gone mad, the pound is weak, and I need 2 passports if I want to avoid the queues at airports. At work, I can hear the moans of people who have to deal with orders from abroad. Sending a parcel to my family now has become more difficult. Most days, I would need a skilled worker visa. The message here, we only want you here for as long as you're useful in doing your work. I would not feel like visiting a neighbor and friend. I would just be here to work, but not to live. And while Brexit supporters will say, well, that's the idea, it achieves the opposite of what it's supposed to do. Skilled workers who have a choice will go elsewhere now or stay where they are. Colleagues from abroad who a few years ago would happily have applied for jobs here now hesitate and think twice or 3 times about applying and ask me, well, should I really come? They don't just want a place to work, they want a place to live. And in order to face the challenges of the present and the future, we need skills from everywhere. We need friends everywhere, and we need to unite more and not less. That's why I'm going to support this motion unamended. Also haven't forgotten that Labour was actually watching while Brexit happened. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Given the chaos, U-turns and short-lived Brexit chancellors within the national government, it's fitting that we're talking about the elephant, or maybe that should be the unicorn in the room. Brexit has been a failure and is exacerbating the cost of living crisis. That Brexit was going to be a failure is something that the people of Cambridge knew when we voted 73.8% in favour of remaining in the EU in 2016. Brexit is making everyday goods more expensive through extra bureaucracy, a squeeze in logistics and a drop in value in the pound versus the euro. This is on top of the businesses that are struggling or have closed already due to the extra costs in doing business with our nearest and largest trade partner, contributing to our faltering economy. Our growth is the lowest in the G20, ahead of only Russia. Significantly, it's behind the growth of the Eurozone as a whole. While the government might point to COVID, the illegal invasion of Ukraine, and probably what Xi Jinping had for lunch for the lack of growth, the difference between the UK and similar economies like France, Germany, or Italy is that the UK has left the world's largest trading bloc. There's no use pretending that Brexit is not the reason. And while I don't want to talk about growth as though it's the single metric of a successful economy, or indeed necessarily indicative of a healthy economy, we can certainly say that with shrinking government revenues, we can expect less money for the crucial public services and less money for help for the poorest, especially considering the government has not yet decided to also take up the Liberal Democrats' policy of a windfall tax. In light of this, it would be welcome seeing Keir Starmer and Daniel Zykan openly acknowledge the impact Brexit is having, that there is no way to make Brexit work, and that rejoining the single market and customs union is essential in limiting the damage done to our country, growing our economy, and being able to afford the aid and public services that people need after years of Tory misrule. Contrary to the amended motion, a closer relationship with the EU does not specifically require a national Labour government. It would help, but no doubt. So it's actually quite interesting to see this fluff piece masquerading as an amendment on what should be a serious non-partisan issue, as the motion was tabled. On that basis, I would urge the room to set party politics aside and vote for the unamended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Howard.
Chair. What can I say? I'm under strict instruction not to Westminster this, but I really can't help it, given the partisan nature of the amendment. I've not been a local councillor for long, but I'm just wondering, why do we need to do this? Why can't we just agree on a motion that we all agree with? And
Councillors, can we just refrain? You've been well-mannered so far. I'm sure Councillor Howard over time will understand why we get to these measures.
I've just taken that off the clock, if that's okay. No, seriously, I think we all agree on the motion, right? We all agree on the motion. So do we really need to be put into the place where I now feel like I can't vote for an emotion that I'm sure will be amended on the grounds that it has a partisan nature to it? It mentions Keir Starmer, who we know is a Tory light Labour. I'm asking you, why do it?
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
However, I think I agree with more of the other side than the average of the room. So why not get behind the majority of Labour members and the trade unions and make Keir Starmer put proportional representation on the ticket, and then none of us will have a Tory government again in the form that looks like anything like it. Put PR on the ticket. Cost of living, we know where we stand. We have brought motions before, as Councillor Bennett put as a maybe incorrect point of information. However, why not put it on the ticket? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Slightly different take to my colleague in the row in front of me. I can't believe we've been talking about this for half an hour, and as far as I can see, the verbs in the motion are note, call on, be clear, and recognise. I want to get to motion 7D. I cannot understand why we're spending time on this at this point.
Councillor Collis.
Do you know what? If we all agree, can we just move to the vote, please? Thank you, and stop wasting time.
Councillor Moore.
I just wanted to say that the motion itself is partisan, which I assume is partly why, and I know for a fact, is why it's been amended, and I'll be very happy to crack on with the vote and vote for the amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Oh, Councillor Beck is, yeah. Councillor Beck, you have the right to reply. You have 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
Because the arguments against this amendment are really piling up, aren't they? And no wonder people want to move on. Underneath, first of all, on the motion itself, underneath the government's self-manufactured economic crisis, apart from complete ineptitude, there's a particular cast of mind. It's an insular view of the world, an overblown belief that Britain uniquely makes the waves and creates its own weather, a nostalgia for a 19th century notion of complete sovereignty. That you just somehow don't need to understand the global markets which fund government borrowing. You don't need to retain the confidence of international investors in Britain. That Britain speaks, the world falls silent, arranges itself around what Britain wants, however chaotic that is. That view has met the buffers, and today's news shows exactly, makes that very graphic. But the result is actually one that we all suffer from, the most vulnerable inevitably suffering the most. This is not just a high-blown argument about concepts. People suffer. This is just the latest iteration of the same mindset that led many of the same people to exploit the instinctive national pride and patriotism of the British people to sell the illusion that complete sovereignty can exist in a complex modern world, and that was Brexit. A true belief in our country does not need to rest on an illusion. We have a vast amount to offer in the wider world, of which we can be proud and with which we should seek to influence the world. But it cheapens patriotism to encourage blindness about the interdependence that a middle-sized country like ours needs to observe, not only for our own influence, but for our prosperity. From the moment of the Brexit vote, our economy started to track below the trajectory it had when we were members of the EU, and this will continue, because there is nothing else to replace what we gained from membership. We are all poorer from this, and we will continue to get relatively poorer, and some people will suffer most from that. That is what happens when you put up obstacles to trade and services, obstacles to the movement of people, and you distance relationships with the governments of your nearest neighbours. Above all, it's finally time, as Councillor Flaubert says, to drop the taboo and to tell the truth to the British people and to stop the continuing associated vanities which are still going on of removing all the laws and regulations that were built into the UK law book during our membership of the EU. And although it's not the EU, they think it is, the tampering with the European Convention on Human Rights and its impact in British law. And work for a future destiny which joins us up with the EU project again. This motion is an important reminder of why we're where we are. The amendment, then. I regret that, that this amendment is turning what could be a consensus, as Councillor Howard has said, into a partisan declaration for the Labour Party. To Councillor Divkovic and Councillor Swift, the cost of living and the Council's response to it is the subject of the next motion, and we're voting for it. Good news for you, but you don't need to mess up other people's motions on different subjects to say the same thing again. But as you want to have regard to it from a partisan way, and we were not going to mention this, for many people the jury is actually still out on what the Labour Party's position is. Many people regard Keir Starmer's line, make Brexit work, as a highly ambivalent position and harbour suspicions that in practice Labour is still running scared of telling the truth in clear terms about Brexit. Let's hope those people are wrong. but it's still not clear. So if this amendment is passed, we will abstain on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bake. And now Councillor Healy and Councillor Nessinger have the right to reply, 3 minutes. Councillor Healy.
Thanks very much to my colleagues for the amendment. And thanks very much, actually, to the opposition for really highlighting the role in your original motion that Labour has to play in solving all of this. Clearly, you don't have much confidence in your own party or your own leader if you really think that the key to resolving this is the Labour leader and the Labour MP to sort things out. I think we're all extremely a new period of austerity, which will have so many lasting implications for our country and particularly our most vulnerable. And it's great to see our friends in the Lib Dems so concerned about the impact on residents after they were involved in the previous Tory Lib Dem coalition, which caused so much hardship for so many under the previous sustained period of austerity. Now, in contrast to what our friends have to say across the room and all the hot air blowing that's taken place this night, I also wanted to actually acknowledge the efforts of this Labour Council and our officers in addressing the cost of living crisis and the practical things that we're actually doing to support our residents. In particular, I'd like to pay tribute to our officers, everyone from our CEO to our directors, managers and staff, who really are working long hours and really working so hard to support our residents during these difficult times. That's all I'm going to say, but there's been a lot of hot air tonight and an attempt to politicise this, and that's why we put in the amendment.
Mr. Nessinger.
Thank you. I think that my fears about this debate have absolutely come to fruition, and I can't tell you how disappointed I am about the way in which the members opposite have treated this. The speeches on the amendment were absolutely full of self-congratulation, and I just think that's a really disappointing response to the position that we're in. And it really does not bode well for the willingness of the Labour Party nationally to speak publicly on the impact of Brexit or the willingness of any future government to want to speak truthfully about this issue. If you can't even be honest about it in Cambridge, in this room, where on the whole everybody agrees about it, what the hell are you going to do nationally? Councillor Swift talks about the need to persuade those who voted for Brexit to vote for a change of government. If the Labour Party attempts to do that by pretending that there is no problem with Brexit, they will find themselves in exactly the same impossible position as the current chaotic government. We have to be honest that we will not get the growth we need to tackle climate change and to fix our public services without recognising what has gone badly wrong. The amendment to this motion has been hijacked to be an exercise in self-congratulation by the ruling group, and I urge those voting to vote against it. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, point of information, both of the speeches that were given in support of the amendment were maiden speeches, and I think we could possibly bear in mind that we should be compassionate to people making a maiden speech.
We've been well behaved tonight. It doesn't help when everybody keeps telling everybody else they've got it wrong. This is a chamber where we've debated. Everybody has the right to say what they want to say. We can agree to disagree without getting into a shouting match with each other, and that's why we have a vote on these matters, which we've always done for the 12 years I've been a councillor, and sometimes we lost it then when we were in opposition. And it's something the opposition has to learn now, that sometimes they will lose some of their emotions. So we're going to a vote. That's the democratic way we're going to do it. We've been well behaved so far. Let's show the public who are looking that we're not the House of Commons. We're not a bunch of rabble. We can discuss things. We don't shout at each other. We don't jump up and down. We can discuss things. We can talk and we can vote on it. So we'll now go to the vote. I'll go to the vote on the amendment, and can I see all those in favour of the amendment? James, remember.
That's 23.
Yep. And can I... Those against?
13.
And abstentions?
Should be none.
So the amendment...
Sorry? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you behind the screen. Right, okay, so that's 12 against and 1 abstention. Apologies.
The amendment is carried, and I will now go to the vote on the motion as amended. Can I see those in favour?
Right, so that's 24.
Can I see those against?
None.
And can I have abstentions?
So that's 10.
So the motion as amended is carried. Right, I'll just remind you what I said when we started this meeting, which was some time ago. When a meeting of the council lasts to 10:30, the mayor will announce that if the meeting is not finished by then, a vote will be taken at 11 p.m. on whether to close the meeting. And if it is a reasonable request, given the remaining workload, urge members to assist in completing the remaining business by 11 p.m. We have 2 more motions to go with 1 amendment in that one. And at 11 o'clock, the mayor will then ask the council if the meeting should close. If 1 member dissents, the mayor will then proceed to close the business of the meeting and go straight to the vote on any outstanding items without further debate. So we've got time to get through in time and have a proper debate. Are we all, does anybody want a comfort break? I must ask the question. We're all happy to carry on. Right. We'll now go, and I call on Councillor Collis to move motion 7C, and I understand Councillor Carlin is to second. You have 10 minutes between you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I've never had to have 3 goes at writing a speech before, but there's a first time for everything. When I first sat down to draft this speech, I went off to make a cup of tea, and by the time the kettle had boiled, we had a completely different Chancellor. By the time I'd finished writing last night, the Home Secretary had gone, and just when we thought it couldn't get any more farcical, when I went to print this out this afternoon, the Prime Minister had gone too. To suffer most as a result of their sheer incompetence and this chaos, who's going to be caught in the crossfire? Who's going to be most affected by the eye-watering cuts proudly promised by the latest Chancellor? It's not going to be the richest 10%. It's not going to be the government's cronies with their contracts and their bonuses. As usual, it's going to be the poorest 10% of people in this country. Those who are the most vulnerable, those who already have the worst health outcomes, those on the lowest incomes, those who find themselves at the mercy of a benefit system that fails the very people it should be helping, time and time and time again. The elderly, the disabled, families, children, they are the ones who are going to suffer. Was already at a record high after 10 years of austerity, but since 2020, levels have risen even more sharply as a result of a number of interlinked issues: the pandemic, lower wages, and rising energy prices. In the spring of this year, the National Energy Action estimated that 6.5 million households, that's an eye-watering 23.4% of all households, were in fuel poverty. It's now expected that by January next year, that figure will have risen to 18 million households, 66%, 2 out of every 3 households that will be struggling to heat their homes. The health consequences are almost too terrifying to contemplate. Living in a damp or cold home worsens respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, already pretty high up on the list of premature death causes. Fuel insecurity can also impact mental health, worsen the effects of dementia, lead to more falls. And then there's the potential effect on child development, the increased loneliness, the heightened stress, family In 2019, the cost to the NHS of treating illnesses that come as a consequence of living in cold and damp homes was £2.5 billion. And I shudder to think what the equivalent figure for this year will be and for next year. This government's negligence is going to widen already existing health inequalities. It's going to cost people their lives. People are going to die as a consequence of living in cold homes. None of this should be news to the government. It's been established for some time, well established, that certain groups are particularly at risk of falling into fuel poverty. Again, the elderly, families, those on benefits, single parents particularly, benefit recipients. The evidence is there. There's lots of it. There's so much that the government could and should do to head off what the new Marmot review, just published by the Institute of Health Equity, and you're going to have a strong stomach to read that because it's frankly terrifying. It's what they've called a looming humanitarian crisis. But the government is fighting and navigating the latest tortuous U-turn to actually do what they were elected to do. We already know that poorer households spend a far higher proportion of their income on energy bills, and that they're more vulnerable to the effects of inflation. The richest 10% of households spend 6.1% of their income on energy costs. For the poorest households, the poorest 10%, it's 17.8% of their income. That's almost 3 times as much. Those on prepayment meters already pay a premium for their energy. And as costs keep rising and Jeremy Hunt steadfastly refuses to commit to extending the energy price guarantee beyond April, that gap is only going to widen. CPAG, the Child Poverty Action Group, has predicted an average energy price increase of 16% by 2023-24 will look more like 19% for the lowest income households. Whichever Chancellor eventually ends up presenting the government's medium-term fiscal plan could do the right thing. They could decide to raise benefits in line with inflation instead of wages. They could protect the most vulnerable, but I don't think any of us believe that they actually will do the right thing. CPAG have predicted that a 2-child family with an income of less than £24,700 a year could potentially next year lose out on over £600. What on earth do the government think that families can cut from their weekly budgets that they haven't already cut? The real value of benefits could end up 6% below pre-pandemic levels. And if you factor in rising energy prices and food prices, the consequences are going to be disastrous. Families are going to be pushed right to the brink. We could see 200,000 more children living in poverty. Children are going to end up paying the price of the Tories' incompetence and their arrogance, and we will not stand by and let that happen. We have an important role as councillors to advocate for our communities, because it's not even a choice between heating or eating this winter. At this rate, most people won't be able to afford to do either. Once again, national government is leaving it to local authorities like ours to pick up the pieces. Local authorities that are being asked to do a lot more on a lot less money and have their own difficult decisions to make. Like others, I am so proud of the work this council, our community services team, our housing team, every single team in this organisation is doing to protect our residents. Working with partners to provide warm hubs, extending opening hours at our community centres, providing advice on energy bills at the cost of living drop-in sessions, giving out grants, insulating our council homes, developing the Heating and Health project. But we need a long-term solution. Actually, as others have said, we need a general election and a Labour government. But most of all, while they're still here, we need this sorry excuse for a government to grow up, pull itself together, and stop gambling with people's lives.
Thank you, Councillor Collis. Councillor Carlin, do you wish to speak now? Reserve your right. You've got 2 minutes.
I reserve my right, please.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Councillor Pora?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will be as brief as I can be, as I do appreciate the next motion has amendments and it would be important to debate it. As Councillor Vick says, we are supportive of this. As Councillor Collis says, it's just, yeah, I've written this speech about 3 times. And who knows, in the 5 hours we've been here, we might have a new chancellor, I have no idea. I think my only concern with this motion is it's a list of what we're doing, that's great, but I was almost looking for the resolves. Where's the new actions? What more can we do? Because I totally accept, as Councillor Collis said, you know, national government are, yeah, I don't have a great deal of hope that they're going to change much in the near future. So I suppose, whilst we are supportive, I think we need to make sure that future motions, and this one, should focus on what we can do. We have a limited budget, obviously. I absolutely accept we need more money. But, you know, looking at things like on our underspend, the housing revenue, more houses that we can insulate, you know, making sure all our houses are decent and not non-decent. And we're also reaching out to the private sector to help them insulate their houses, things like that, that will really help people's bills, because obviously it affects council tenants, but it affects so many of our city who are on a lower income. I'll leave it to my fellow councillor Levine in his maiden speech to talk more in detail about specific examples of this within the city. But we do support this motion, absolutely. But I do think that there is a tendency for more warm words than warmer homes in this for our residents. So I would like to consider in future that we put a few more resolves in with direct local implications rather than just summing up what we've done already. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Any other councillor want to speak? Councillor Burdick, perhaps?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, I would like to speak a little bit about the cost of living crisis, I'm afraid, and infrastructure. There's been some mention of this already. I volunteer at the Trumpington Food Hub, so I'm really talking about the impact in our ward in Trumpington. I volunteer at the Food Hub, and I've been doing so for a couple of years, and we have noticed in the last month or so increasing numbers of people coming through. The cost of living crisis really has started now, and it's only just beginning. So it is serious. It's going to be really quite serious. I'd also like to talk about infrastructure. Councillors Hollis and Houck have already mentioned the Clay Farm Centre, but the Clay Farm Centre is a relatively new building, but it's been dogged by problems since the very first day it was built. It really can be called a sick building, really. My issue is, or my problem is, my worry is that some of the problems seem to fall between 2 stools. Now, as it happens, my wife is a healthcare assistant who works there, so I do get to hear about the problems fairly quickly. And I say the water that was seen on the floor this morning that Councillor Hulk referred to, it wasn't rainwater because the rain started in the mid-morning. It was on the floor this morning when the staff first arrived. Water is coming down from the apartments above. I don't know what sort of water it is. We think it's fairly healthy, but the water right now, as we're speaking here, is falling down onto the floor, hopefully into buckets, in the medical centre. It's not very good. I rather suspect that that medical centre would be closed down if it was inspected. So there are real problems with that building. On the top floor, the tenants, who are managed by a housing association, the BPHA, have had considerable problems with the heating, as has been referred to already, the gas central heating. I have seen tenants heating water in saucepans on their electric stoves to bathe their small children. The gas central heating is very intermittent, so they've been supplied by electric heaters. Well, that requires power that is 4 times more expensive than gas. Clearly there's a considerable difficulty in that building. It's our building, it needs to be looked at urgently. We need some more money from above, don't we? From somewhere above. I just fear all we're going to get is hot air from West Splinter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor now wish to speak? Oh, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. It's 6 months ago since friends at Food Hub started asking us to bring cold pack food that could be consumed without heat, so that it could be used by people on prepayment meters. We're now being asked to bring ambient food because people are turning off their fridges. You know, what happens next? Will our food hubs just be giving out chocolate biscuits? Enough is enough. I support this motion and thank you, Alex, for bringing it.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Any other councillor wish to speak? No, Councillor Carling then, you had? Oh, yeah, it's Councillor Carling.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, like Councillor Collis, I've had to redraft this speech a number of times owing to the rapid-fire U-turns coming out of Downing Street, both of policies and indeed people, culminating, of course, today in the Prime Minister herself. We are doing so much as a council to mitigate the impact the government's woeful decisions are having on our residents, but it shouldn't have to be this way. We should be working hand in hand with central government to protect residents from the spiralling energy crisis, not fighting tooth and nail against a government that insists on spending all its energy, making the richest richer at the expense of everyone else. That malicious intent is exemplified best of all by the continuing refusal of this revolving door government to make one more U-turn amongst all the others on the proposal to scrap the cap and bankers' bonuses. And Councillor Porra, I hear what you're saying about more actions for us as a council in this motion, but we don't need motions for that. We are already taking the strong actions that we need to and that we can, and we will continue to do so. But there comes a point where we just have to have intervention from central government, and that is what this motion calls for. We urgently need a further windfall tax to be applied to the major energy producing companies. The measures which have already been committed to are not enough, when at the end of August, Treasury estimates predicted those energy producing companies would make excess profits of up to £170 billion. This is utterly obscene. People are literally dying as a result of this blatant greed, and yet our Conservative government stands idly by. Our outgoing Prime Minister continually used her energy price guarantee as a shield during Prime Minister's questions, rather than actually answering any questions put to her. But that is woefully inadequate, and the government has cut it down to last for a measly 6 months in any event. What we need to tackle the underlying cost of energy, in addition to using revenue from a more extensive windfall tax to support families, as I have outlined, is written in the fourth demand of central government within this motion. We need Ofgem to change the fundamental way in which electricity prices are calculated, because right now it is based on the most expensive route to generation, that being the burning of gas at present. So to sum up, what we need from this government is for it to end the chaos and power vacuums which have dominated it for so long, and to have the guts to take back in a more robust windfall tax from the disgustingly high profits being made by the energy companies what they have so unfairly taken from our residents. In addition, we need to commit to uprating benefits as Councillor Collis has outlined, and also to make that change to how electricity prices are calculated. I hope we can all support this motion which outlines exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Healy, Councillor Collis, would like to reply, 3 minutes.
Yeah, so there's been some really important contributions on this debate tonight, and in particular the powerful speech from Councillor Collis on the implications of the cost of living crisis, particularly in relation to energy and fuel poverty. There's many of us in this room that I'm aware of who have direct experience of the sorts of issues which we're so concerned about, and I just want to bring it home. In my case, when I was a child, I had a sick, single mother, and we often went without food. I can remember as a child buying packets of crisps and bread for me and my younger siblings to eat for our dinner. And I also remember the Pearson alarm that would go off constantly every hour when the electricity meter was about to run out. It was a really Pearson siren, and it just made things worse when you already were in such a bad state and you didn't have the money to top it up. I even remember on the day of my A-level results when the school principal rang me up to say that I'd scored first in the whole country in one of my A-level subjects, and the alarm was going off so loudly in the background that she couldn't hear me speak, and she kept asking what the noise was. I remember how embarrassed I was as I couldn't admit to her that our electricity was being cut off, so I spent the rest of the day crying instead of celebrating such a great thing, which people from my background don't normally experience. And these issues around food poverty cut across every single area of your life. When you're going to school with a dirty uniform, or you're unable to do your homework in the winter months when it's dark and your electricity's been cut off, or when you can't sleep at night because your stomach is rumbling and you're hungry. Luckily for me, I was able to somehow overcome these barriers, but for many, many others, they simply can't. And these sorts of experiences affect their entire life outcomes and their futures. These decisions that are being made right now by this national government will have long-lasting consequences for the lives of so many in our society. So I just want to send a message out today to our residents in Cambridge who might be struggling. We understand the issues and we'll do everything we can to support you. Please get in touch and please reach out for help. I know through personal experiences how hard it is to ask for help, but please do. There's a huge amount of support that we have in place. We've got pop-ups, there's information on the website, there's so much help out there. Get in touch with our partners from Citizens Advice Bureau, but please reach out for help, no matter how difficult it is. But as we know, much of this is out of our hands because of the decisions of this Tory government. And so what I say to them is shame on you.
Thank you. Councillor Collis.
Nothing to add to that, Mr. Mayor.
Right, thank you. I will now go to the vote on the motion. Can I see those in favour? There's one at the top.
Yeah, so that's 23, so beg your pardon everyone, 32, 35.
Those against? Abstentions?
1.
The motion is carried. I now call on Councillor Holloway to move motion 7D and understand that Councillor Pounds is a second motion. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Holloway.
I give 2 declarations of interest. I recently moved out of my flat and I'm now a tenant in the private rental sector, and a friend has moved into my flat under a tenancy agreement. So I'm both a tenant and a landlord.
Councillor Holloway.
If it's necessary to declare being a private renter, then I would declare that as well.
Right.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Cambridge has a housing crisis. We have a crisis in terms of the affordability, the availability, and in many cases, the condition of our housing. As a city council, we're doing what we can to provide 500 modern, high-quality, low-emission council homes with a further 1,000 to come over the next decade. But that can only go so far. We also have a duty to all the other residents in our city, and that includes the private rented sector. The private rented sector in Cambridge is growing, and it's recently been estimated at 42% of the total accommodation in the city. As well as very high costs and a really competitive market, many private renters in the city face poor living conditions. They often face overcrowding in HMOs, and some even face no-fault evictions. I spoke to one couple who told me how they really struggled to find someone in Cambridge, partly because they were consistently discriminated against as a result of their comparatively low incomes. They also found that by the time they came to view a property quite often, it had already gone because the market just moves so quickly. In the end, they gave up and they actually went elsewhere. Another resident told me how her landlord attempted an illegal eviction in November 2020 at a time of national lockdown. This initially failed because the landlord had not guaranteed the deposits of her and her flatmates, so had to return those deposits. It then failed because their boiler did not have an up-to-date gas safety certificate, and the tenants were then left without a boiler for several days in December. Eventually, the landlord managed to serve this eviction notice on Christmas Eve. Finally, the 4 tenants were paid to leave early after 3 months, rather than after 6 months, which was at the time the statutory notice period. These are just a couple of examples of some of the challenges and the injustices that are faced by a lot of private renters in Cambridge. And we as a city council don't claim to have all the answers to this, but we can put in place some measures, and that's why I'm really pleased that we're proposing a private renters forum. And that should help us to engage more effectively with private renters, to better understand the issues that private renters are facing in our city, and hopefully then to work on resolving those issues. Now, I'm very grateful to some of the Labour councillors who have worked on this over a number of years, including Councillor Gilderdale, Councillor Bird, Councillor Robertson, and I'm really pleased to bring this forward as it was one of our manifesto pledges. I'm also grateful to the Independent and Green group, sorry, I got that wrong way around, but Greens and Independents for supporting and working on this. And I hope that all councillors can work on this and help to make it a real success. As well as the Private Renters Forum, we'll be bringing forward some measures to try to more tightly regulate the private rented sector in Cambridge. So that includes continuing to inspect, improve where necessary, and then licence all HMOs in the city, as well as looking again at selective landlord licensing if we find that the latest data shows that we're able to put something like that into place. I'm really excited about these measures because I think they could make a really significant difference to a lot of residents in our city. So I hope that you will join me in supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Pounds, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? Okay.
Because I think I might run out of time.
6 minutes, if you want 6 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah. So I would like to second Councillor Holloway's in bringing forward this really exciting proposal. I very much support this measure, which, given the large and increasing numbers of people living in private rented accommodation in Cambridge, is very much needed for our residents. A safe, comfortable home is a basic human right, and the lack of one has a huge impact on people's health and well-being. Insecurity about home impacts on mental and physical health for both adults and children. It also affects their ability to achieve stable employment and for children to be able to attend one school for any length of time. This resolution will help to give private renters the confidence to speak out and ask for issues in their homes to be addressed without fear of eviction or punitive measures. All tenants deserve fair and decent treatment and protection, particularly those who are less well off, who are the most vulnerable. So I welcome the efforts to reach out to private landlords and the steer that the council proposes to give to make them more aware of their duty of care towards tenants and their legal obligations, such as the fire precautions, the safe services, electricity and water, and statutory eviction notice periods. This resolution will provide an opportunity for dialogue and the building of positive relations between tenants and landlords, and I very much hope that you will support it.
Councillor Pora has given notice of an amendment which is on pages 37, 38 of the information pack. Councillor Lee will second the amendment and you have 10 minutes between you. Before you start, I'll just read out what I have to read out, which is Council Procedure Rule number 10.2. At 11 o'clock, it's nearly 11 o'clock, I didn't want to interrupt your speeches. The Mayor will ask the Council if the meeting should close. Unless any member present dissents, the Mayor will then proceed to close the business of the meeting and go straight to the vote of any outstanding items without further debate. And I would think we would want to carry on with the meeting. Everybody, yes? Right. Councillor Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to reassure the opposite group, we are supportive of this motion. We welcome the particular focus on rentals. As you know, particularly key worker housing is something we've been talking about for a long time. We do remind the ruling group that, as Councillor Levine mentioned, the Clay Farm Centre is our building. We have tenants in there in trouble, so I really hope that we can work together to make sure that they're supported in the same vein that this motion is, for people renting, whatever their tenure, deserve to have a decent, warm place to live. And again, decent homes. We encourage the ruling group to push for all of our council stock to be decent and not non-decent, and to address the issues of refusals, where we have 1,400 houses we haven't assessed. But in order to be brief, Mr. Mayor, I'll move to our amendments. As you can see, there are two there. The first one addresses the selective landlord licensing scheme. We are absolutely supportive of good regulation for landlords. However, if you read the legislation, my understanding is the census data will make no difference to this. The ruling group commissioned a report in 2020 that went to housing scrutiny in January 21, where it's absolutely clear that this isn't really viable at the moment with the current national legislation that we have. I'm worrying that that point 4 kicks this can down the road. Waiting for the census isn't going to change anything. I checked the legislation yesterday. There's no changes. I would welcome it if there were, but unfortunately there's not. So we have changed that to reflect that, and to not to give the idea to renters that there's going to be some kind of magic bullet in a few months, because unfortunately, nationally, we need that to change first. So I hope you'll take that forward as a positive proposal, particularly as the report to housing scrutiny, which I appreciate was before the two members who moved and seconded were on housing scrutiny, and I had to look it up myself to remind myself. So I hope that that will give us a positive way forward. There were good recommendations in there, and I wouldn't want us to spend another many £1,000s on another report to kind of come to the same outcome, where we could use that money to help tenants and renters more positively. The second addition, so point 9, really relates to the need to better control our rental market. So there's the short-term lets issue, the Airbnb type things, but also to regulate a better supply of high-quality, well-regulated rentals. And I do know as part of this must include fair service charges and all those kind of things, fair site management, so that tenants aren't sort of tied into things that actually become unsustainable over time, whether that's affordable, where it's included, but when the rents go up overall, that pushes everyone's rent up. So I hope you're welcome with that. I know under the new local plan we can look at controls for those kind of things. I know that in London, in Scotland, in Wales, there are controls, for example, on the short-term let market. 90 days in London and Scotland and Wales are both proposing changes. So I hope, again, that the ruling group will find this a positive addition, just to make clear our council's commitment to making our housing strategy and our new local plan the best it can be to protect those people in our highly fast, quick-moving rental market. As I won't go over what other councillors have said. I agree with you in terms of the fact that there are some examples of very poor practice for people trying to rent in this city, and it's so fast, you know, people looking at houses and it's gone before they've even crossed the threshold, rents going up. It's not acceptable. So I hope very much that you could accept our amendments. We are supportive of your motion anyway, but I think point 4 particularly would benefit just from that little change to focus more on the outcomes that we can achieve under current national legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Councillor Lee?
Reserve my right.
You reserve the right, thank you. You had 6 minutes. Is there any debate? Councillor Thornborough.
Councillor Porra, I understand why you suggested the involving the local plan going forward, but I don't think it's possible to do exactly what you've asked. But I understand why you've put it in, and I would take it on board that we can't do it here, but I would certainly like to involve you considering the housing strategy and what we can do with the housing and rental property, and look at trying to find some way that we could try and deal with Airbnbs, but it's not actually possible at the moment within the current legislation.
Any other councillors? Councillor Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, having alienated myself from the other side of the room, I might just alienate myself from the Liberal Democrat group as well by taking issue. And hopefully this is just a misunderstanding of mine, but I'm confused as to why the amendment removes the proposal for a selective landlord licensing scheme. I take your point about the census data, but maybe in your right reply you could just clarify that. But broadly, I support the motion, and absolutely I recognise that the private rental market is a market we can, I'm sure, all agree serves a particular function for people who don't necessarily want to secure long-term roots in a place, but is definitely open to...
Stop interrupting and let people carry on, please. Thank you.
And because the financial system keeps people in a state of not being able to get their own homes, as Councillor Healy's has intervened there. I do feel like I will owe the Ramon an apology. I got a bit drawn into the party politics of it. I would like to retract my statement about calling Keir Starmer Tory light. Got drawn in, and I'm sorry. And at the risk of alienating myself from everyone, I would like to see the next government as a Labour government. I'm happy to say that. However, I will just appeal again to that request to be true to the majority of your members and your trade unions, put proportional representation on the next general election ticket. And please stop using the line on local leaflets that the Tories must get out, because it's disingenuous to people of Cambridge who have not returned a Conservative MP in how many years? A long, long time. So please, I bid you. Anyway, I'll stop Westminstering now. Thank you.
Councillor Page.
Mayor, I support this motion, especially when we had a public question on the number of international students arriving here and the new NHS nurses are arriving here. It is very vital. The new immigrants, either it is international students or it is a skilled worker arriving, their accommodation must be safe and secure. I have seen many incidents whereby the private landlords were not treating the property adequately, and Councillor Jerry Bird and I have personally intervened in many cases whereby we have to ask council support to enforce the rules whereby the house is kept inadequately. Therefore, I support this motion. This is vital, especially when it comes to the international students and newly arrived people to work in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor before Councillor Lee? Twig.
Would you like me to respond to Councillor Howard's point, if that's helpful, or can I not? Just to clarify.
I should do. I'm being told no, but I've gone deaf in my ear, so as long as you're very quick.
Just to confirm, the selective landlord licensing has certain conditions, and the report to the Housing Committee basically, in my opinion, shows that we can't meet it, whatever the census data says. So my suggestion is we don't focus on that. We focus on the actions that were proposed in that report because we couldn't meet the criteria for it. And for Airbnb, I understand, Councillor Thornborough, that in London they're controlling it with 90-day limits via, I think, the mayor. So if there's a, I would very much like to work with you on that. So I hope you would accept it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Quick. I will be very quick. I wanted to thank Councillor Holloway and Councillor Pounds for bringing this motion this evening. It's absolutely vital if we are going to get anywhere near solving the housing crisis in Cambridge. We can only do that if private rental is part of that picture too. And I want to thank them, and I want to thank the work also of Councillor Bird and her team for pursuing this with such vigour. And as we're into regretting our statements from earlier, I do apologise, Mr. Mayor, for the fiery nature of my interjection earlier, but I'm sure you'll appreciate that when you know you have councillors giving maiden speeches, you want to ensure that they're given the full support by the Chamber and the full recognition of just how scary it is to do a maiden speech. But thank you to all of those, including Councillor Levine, for maiden speeches this evening. It's great to have everyone willing to contribute to the debates in this chamber.
Councillor Lee, I think it's your time.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief for everyone's benefit. The reality of the private rental sector is that the issue facing private renters is not one that can be regulated away. Cambridge does not have an adequate supply of affordable houses that locals can buy, yet it remains an attractive place to live, especially for young people who wish to live in a vibrant, cosmopolitan and multicultural city. And entirely reasonably, people want to live near where they work. Until we can find a way to improve public transport and congestion in Cambridge that allows people living outside of the city to enjoy the kind of lifestyle that they would enjoy living in Cambridge, and until we can build more affordable houses and more council houses, which we recognise that the Labour Council is committed to doing, the power dynamic will remain in the hands of private landlords. This is not an excuse to do nothing, but it is an excuse to make sure that what the council does is a little more pointed. In January 2021, there was a report on the selective licensing, which the Labour Council of the time paid £20,000 for. The recommendations from the report on the January 2021 report suggested the following actions. Targeted enforcement of properties not meeting the minimum energy efficiency standards, procuring software to accurately assess Category 1 hazards by ward and LSOA level, setting up an enforcement group to share intelligence across regulatory services, and targeted proactive work on HMOs. We know that these recommendations haven't been implemented, so point 4 seems to be warm words in preference for the recommendations of the report. That's why I believe we should support the motion as amended. Thanks.
Councillor Lee. I will now go to the vote on the amendment. Oh, sorry, I'm rushing us. Apologies to everybody. Councillor Bird and Councillor Holloway have the right to reply. 3 minutes. Councillor Bird.
Okay, thank you. Well, really, I just want to say that we have the forum for the landlords, and I think now it's time for the renters. And perhaps once a year we can have a meeting with both of them to find out the main problems. But there's some terrible landlords around, and these renters are living in squalor, and we need to sort it out. That's why we want this set up, so that people don't feel threatened by coming to speak to us that their landlord will throw them out, which is, terrible. And it keeps a lot of people off the streets who would be homeless otherwise because they can't afford to get a mortgage. And the other thing is, we could have more people losing their homes and have to go into rented accommodation because of the way the cost of living is. So this is a serious thing, and I really want this to work. And I thank Cameron Holloway for his work, and Dana Pound as well for her work in helping to do this. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. Councillor Holloway.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the amendment, Councillor Porritt. I absolutely take the point that we've looked at selective landlord licensing in 2021 and we don't want to waste officers' time. However, I do think it'd be worth looking at this again. So I have read the report. So just to explain for everyone else, in addition to having 20% of a ward or LSOA being private rented property, there are 6 other criteria, 1 or more of which we would need to meet to be eligible for selective landlord licensing. These are low housing demand, which I don't think is likely to be a problem in Cambridge, a significant and persistent problem caused by antisocial behaviour, poor property conditions, high levels of migration, high level of deprivation, or high levels of crime. So in the report to which this amendment refers, the data to assess areas of Cambridge against those criteria came largely from the period 2017 to 2019, except for the migration data, which was from the 2011 census. So for the migration data, we would have the updated 2021 census data, which could be very useful, and I suspect there may well have been significant changes in migration. I do, however, think that it's also worth looking again at some of those other measures, because 2017 to 2019 clearly was before 2.5 years of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I do think that if we can get up-to-date data on some of those other metrics, it would be worth having another look at this. So I would like to continue with the motion as it is. I do appreciate that point, and the rest of the amendment, totally agree with supplying decent and affordable private rental homes. Clearly, we agree with the use of enforcement powers to reduce the use of homes for short-term lets, absolutely agree with, and if you want to put forward ideas or work with us on ways to do that, that would be great, very much appreciated. And I know that the housing and licensing teams are already working closely with the planning enforcement team with regards to short-term let accommodation. So thank you very much. I think that I would like to continue with the motion as it is, but appreciate the amendment, so thank you. Are they two separate ones and we can vote on them separately? So if I've misunderstood.
I would be willing to take a vote in 2 parts if you find that would helpful, so you could vote on 4 and then vote on 9.
Personally, I would, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mayor permits it.
We don't know what we're doing. We'll be honest, we've lost the plot now at this time of night.
Okay.
We normally just vote on the amendment and then go against, so what are we trying to do?
I think if I'm correct, Councillor Holloway has said that you might be willing to accept 9 but not 4. Is that my understanding? Or, sorry. I'd be certainly willing to take a vote on the 2 parts of the amendment if that gave a chance of 1 part going through.
Sorry.
To the Councillor Holloway and Councillor Pounds has seconded to say, do we carry on as it's laid down here? Or do you want to accept amendments coming in at this time of night and then wondering what we're putting in and what we're putting out?
I think we'll just stick with it as it is, thank you.
Okay. Can I make the decision for you?
It's not my decision to make, it's the ruling group. I'm not the ruling group, I'm the mayor. So if you want, I can just overrule you all and say, we're good to report, that's the end of it. So I'm just trying to get a bit of a consensus. So the leader of the group is now speaking with the motion, and we'll just, if you just bear with us a minute. So, can I say we're going to follow it as we'll go to the vote on the amendment as we normally would do, and then we'll go to a vote on the original motion, rather than at this time of night try and work out things to do, because I think we're all going to get confused. So I will now go to the vote on the amendment. Those in favour of the amendment, please show.
So that's 13 in favour of the amendment.
And those against the amendment?
That's 23 against the amendment.
And any abstentions?
Hope not.
So the amendment is lost. I will now go to the vote on the original motion. Those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous.
Right. Nearly there. The motion is carried. Written questions. To note that these are in the information pack, pages 39 onwards. Agenda item 9, officer urgent decision. To note the officer urgent decision regarding the appointment of the council's substitute member for the Combined Authority Board for the September 2022 meeting is included on page 289. And now, thank you. That concludes the full council meeting. And please could the meeting producer end the live stream?